Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Senior Detectives, myself, Blobber, and Miss Morrigan Nightshade,
Hello, hello.
playing through our Discworld NOIR playthrough. Last episode, we got stuck for quite a while trying to get one particular domino to fall, and then things went fairly well. From there, we've gained the ability to turn into a doggo, because that was obviously where the game was going. In retrospect, looking at the title, there is like a werewolf thing on the title, like the box art underneath the name.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I should have expected that. And we can now like see smells, although we have to kind of learn how to do that a bit better.
We can now live our best werewolf life.
By my graveside.
Let me turn up the sound a bit, because it doesn't sound like you guys are getting quite enough of the game music. Hell, I'd even say now you aren't getting enough of the game music. What's the story? Volume mixing. Oh, there's not a lot more to do. Hope that it gets louder.
I'm back. Good boy.
The dog calls us a good boy.
Do you see scents as colors?
Nah, I'm just a dog.
How did you know what I was talking about?
I just had to think about what the things I could smell would look like as a colour. Wasn't too hard.
Can you go through those colors again?
Oh, all right. There was the general bright green mist of the River Ankh, right?
Right. And the hideously unbearable blue fog is you.
Hey! It was only unpleasant a short while ago.
You're telling me.
Then you've got a trail of purplish red with flashing dots, which is where somebody passed through the cemetery.
But we don't know who.
Right. And if you don't follow it before the smell of the ankh drowns it out, you'll just have to wait until you find it again somewhere else and compare it.
Well, that sounds like foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
Do we shoot the shit with Gaspode? Or do we just move on?
I think we try to follow the trail.
Okay.
Seems like what he wants us to do.
Off here. How do we do this is the new question. Inventory, no.
When I opened Reagan's envelope, I don't know what I wasn't expecting.
The envelope was
There
empty.
was-
There's nothing inside. We know. What transforms us into a doggo? What transforms us into a doggo?
There was a thingamabobber that we found last time, but I don't remember where.
No. I'm happy with this. I just want... Press triangle to escape. Triangle.
I thought it was in the suitcase kind of look.
Maybe.
Not the inventory, but where you...
I don't know that we can do that when we're not inside a talk.
Maybe not.
Like if we talk to someone... There's this. And it brings up inventory.
Because you said that you had a little wolf symbol, and I can't remember when you got that.
It's more what brought it up.
Yeah.
Shoulder brings up this kind of thing. Left shoulder. Right shoulder brings up our to-do list. Other right shoulder cycles through the to-do list. other left shoulder does nothing.
Hmm.
Ah, the cemetery's now a separate place.
Good.
So we can visit Doggo whenever we want.
The cemetery.
Hmm.
Maybe it was like a hold on interactables?
Okay. I will admit I just looked up how to turn back werewolf. Because that seems like something we should be able to know. And it's click U.
Interact on us.
Yes.
Okay. We are an interactable in the universe. Sure, why not? For turning into a doggo.
Mm-hmm.
Fuchsia cloud. Unpleasant aqua fog. Trail of magenta with glowing dots.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we can't go anywhere. So our options are... human. Oh no, there's smell. What does smell do? Ah, gaspode, river ankh, magenta, and fuchsia.
A strange scent I first found
If
in
you
the
click on
cemetery.
one, there we go.
But I can use them on the outside universe? Maybe.
A strange scent.
Maybe we're meant to walk away and see if the smell stays? Like if we can still
Like
see the
go
smells?
to another scene.
Yeah. The trouble is, it looks like we can't move whilst we're a doggo.
Okay.
Which is a little tedious. So if we doggofy now... No, it takes us to the same...
Okay. If you click the sense again.
Inside... Yeah, we can do. Here. Become doggo.
There's gotta be something we can do with this.
Well, my assumption is we go to the next scene and we, like, use color on color. And it will be like, ah, so this is the smell trail from here.
Hmm. That seems
Or do you want me to rub every scent against everything? Because, like, it doesn't...
If you match it...
You couldn't possibly confuse Gaspod's scent with anything else. It was unique.
Okay, and if you match the one that we want...
I can't see the green anywhere.
It's closer towards you in the foreground.
That? I thought that was grass.
The smell of the Ankh was stronger by far.
And you want me to do the same with the other two? Are we hunting octamarine? We're hunting fuchsia and magenta.
That's where I first smelled it.
Okay, so if we ask this on items, we can be like, does this smell like the fuchsia thing? And because we're using it on the source, this is saying, like, it's its source. Octarine, the color of magic? I don't get the reference, sorry.
Color of Magic is a Discworld book.
Okay, so unless you want me to rub all of them against all of them, which doesn't seem like it's gonna...
But you forgot the last one.
I also smelt this one here first. So, look at smells. Pick final smell. Rub final smell against thing that has smell in it.
I knew it was the same scent. That's where I got it from.
There.
Okay, and if you now just remove that for your inventory.
See, I'm
If
like,
you click the thing now, the color directly, what does it say? Not that one. The magenta. There we go.
I followed the magenta scent with a certain sense of grim inevitability.
this is not how I was
I
expecting
already
that to
knew
work.
where it would lead.
Me neither, but oh well. It got to somewhere.
It brings us to the casino.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Good God, what happened to the double click to go straight to the door?
For the time being at least, Saturnalia was closed.
Really?
There's been a murder.
The casino is now closed, you say?
There's a person. Chalk that on the ground.
There is.
You seem to walk very slowly.
We do. I don't know why we're suddenly slower.
I couldn't think of a good reason to erase the chalk outline other than the giddy thrill of vandalism.
Okay. And if we become Doggo? No, I want to interact with myself, please. Yeah, thank you. I think the implication is that the green smell is the dead body, or the pink smell starts next to the dead... Oh no, the river's coming from the river.
Mm-hmm. But what's the dark green blob?
Sure.
Down by the river, the smell of the Ankh was... Oh, I don't know. It was pretty bad anyway.
We've followed it to somewhere we've never been?
Isn't this the temple?
We've never had
I
this
followed
view of
my
the temple.
murderous trail back to the Temple of Small Gods.
And it undoggoed us.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the other side of a stained glass window with some kind of angel on it.
The murderer was crazy, man. Oh, wow. I assumed this was a cutscene, but it's not. And now the game's behaving at a sensible speed again. Maybe the, like, transparency effects of the smells really stress out the PlayStation.
I was confident the silhouette belonged to Mooncalf. I could see that someone...
I still wonder what the dark green smell was, but oh well.
It took us away. It looks like there's nothing here other than silhouette.
So do we question him then with like, hey, we know you were there because reasons.
We can smell you there. Is there anything else in here? Alright, so far only window.
I would assume it's just a safe place where you can have your transformation pit.
Yeah, it looks like it's only window. So what, you want to redoggo? Okay. Yeah, that absolutely murders the PlayStation. Okay. Well, it's not as bad as it was before, but it's still not as good as the normal.
If you click the magenta with flashing dots, does it say anything?
I'd lost the trail. I couldn't tell where it went from here. The trail led to the temple.
Well, I guess we go inside
Mm-hmm.
as a human.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, double click works again. No, we don't want to see you, doggo. You're cool, but you're not our murderer. So into the real side of the temple. Move up, and then can I transform into it, or am I only allowed to transform when there aren't people around?
I think you're only allowed to do it when there aren't people around. I think he told you that in last previous act.
I didn't want to transform in
Yes.
such an exposed area.
So this suggests that either one of these two knows about it.
I need your help.
They'll all
You'd think.
I mean, if the trail leads to here, and these are the only two people in here...
Which deity do you
Unless we just got the trail
Wait.
back to the cemetery, which is also
Then I
possible.
I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
No, that's the same. The Sacred Order,
I'll have-
Order of Mumble Mumble Mumble.
I need...
There we go, that's what I was looking for. We still don't know why Mundy was hung upside down, apparently, and Reagan's murder and Malachite's murder, the counterweight killings. The bestial attacker that's presumably the one that has werewolfed us.
Mm-hmm.
The sword's still on the loose, a gold-plated jeweler's still on the loose. And that's about it. So unless
Well,
we're
what
gonna
does he
ask-
know about the beastly attacker?
Yeah, that's what I was...
I've heard that something bestial stalks the streets of Ankh-Morpork.
You'll have to be more specific than that. Why, in the sewers alone there's the albino alligators, the ratkin, and the abominable night soil. And then there's some of the citizens.
Forget I asked.
And then there's the citizens. Ugh. No, I think we already asked him about the sword and the crystal thing. I am actually mildly interested if you know about why it'd be hung
Why
upside
was
down.
Mundy hung upside down when he was murdered? And why were his eyes poked out?
His body was offered up as a sacrifice to the creatures of the dungeon dimensions, the fetid obscenities from beyond time and space. Except errata caused them to get their rituals confused, otherwise the city would be crawling with hellspawn right now.
Okay, thank you, Guy. We go...
I've cleared up everything.
Wait. Please. And what about... Was it lambkin? Sheepkin? Mooncalf?
Mooncalf, I think it was.
Although the middle area might count as not exposed, because there's no person in the middle area.
I have some more questions.
Hmm.
Can I ask about the smells?
Can ask about the window. That's new.
No. No, the window isn't new because he says it was
Oh.
made by the people who first instituted the cult of the pizza or
Did
whatever.
your church buy that
Oh
window?
yeah, right. I forgot.
We are not a church, we're a cult.
What's the difference?
Demographics. Churches appeal to the high society element. Good for funding, but bad for grassroots support. Now, your average cult has much more of a street-level membership. Not so much money, but easier to get things done.
Well, did your cult buy that window?
No. It was purchased by the eternal seers of Revelation Joe many years ago. It depicts the moment when the divine prophet was given the recipe for pizza by the Creator.
How come you're working in front of it?
The eternal seers ran out of support decades ago.
It figures.
Yeah.
Can we look at it?
We can.
If I strained, I thought I could just about see a bay leaf on the pizza.
And we're not allowed to touch it.
Behind
Okay.
Mooncalf was a beautiful stained glass window depicting Morphine, the angel of dreams, passing the recipe for the Discworld's first pizza to a mortal.
Doesn't seem to have changed anything.
No. Now, I'm interested if we can turn into Doggo in the interim area. We certainly are clickable.
I
No.
didn't want to transform in such...
But there's no one looking at us, game.
You're inside the church. It's still too vulnerable.
I mean, if there's a vampire running as a pianist in a cafe, why not a werewolf?
Maybe werewolf rights hasn't gotten as quite as progressive yet.
Speaking of, we could ask Mr. Vampire what he thinks about werewolves.
We don't really have werewolf as a talking point, but sure.
Well, bestial attacker.
Yeah, true.
Some ale. Mr. Luton.
No, why was he hung upside down? Bestial attacker.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets? Sorry, Mr. Luton, I don't know anything about that.
Nah, he just stays inside and plays the piano.
Okay. Could you go back to Saturnalia?
Yes.
So that I can investigate that green smell.
Come on. So you want to go back into Smello mode?
Either that, or is the green dot there? Is that interactable in human form?
Moss. It's added something? Is it to our talking points list?
Inventory?
No. Yes, there is.
Some moss. Found where I was murdered.
Oh, it's our outline.
Hmm.
When I looked closely at it, I was convinced it was moving.
Hmm. Okay. Okay, so smello mode, presumably. Here, this.
Can we go to the police and report our own
Murder?
murder?
Yeah.
There it was, the green, dark green smell.
Yeah, that's what took us to that room.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. No, the scent
was
is
too
too
faint
faint
to
to remember.
The
It smells like vegetation. Then what took us into the room?
Oh, that was the magenta.
Really?
Magenta's what we traveled by.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, this wasn't actually room-like. This view, like, here kind of makes me feel like it's in a room, but it's actually outside with all the trees.
I
Yeah,
followed
yeah. I know, the PlayStation hates this. Eh. Let me out. So can we just, like, visit everywhere and... I don't know where it thinks I went. Visit everywhere and see if there are smells?
Yeah. But I would like to just report to the police, like, hey, we're not dead.
Sure.
I called around at Pseudopolis Yard. Which,
No
according to
one's man in
visitor,
the desk.
Seems news of my death had spread. I asked for Nobby, and someone told me he was out. I decided to head back to my office and take stock of the situation.
Well, there we go.
When I returned to my office for the first time since my murder, a man was already there. I knew he was a man because Corporal Nobbs was the only person in Ankh-Morpork who has to carry a letter to confirm his species. He's the kind of man you get itchy from just talking to. There must be something here. Hello, Nobby. Luton, you're alive? I was just... I was just cleaning out your desk. Yes, of everything of value. Didn't they bury you? Rumors of my death have been slightly exaggerated.
Slightly.
Meaning? Meaning I'm not dead, I just got buried. Yeah, don't tell me the details. Suit yourself. Nice crowbar you're using to jimmy open my drawers. Yeah. I sort of borrowed it from the evidence room.
And I thought he was on the
That's
up and up.
okay. I sort of borrowed it from a cart. Oh, I searched Reagan's body and there were 2 tiny bite marks on it. Really? I guess it was more suspicious than you thought. Well, I ought to go. Looks like you don't need your things collecting. How goes the case? The counterweight killings? Oh, still not much progress. They wouldn't let me investigate it if they thought there would be. How many murders do you guys think there are? 3. One of the patrician's clerks, the reader of esoteric occultism up at Unseen University, and one of the city's richest merchants. There'd be 3 more if you counted Mundy, Reagan, and Malachite. I suppose so. Still not convinced? Well, Vimes isn't convinced. Even though I've been cleared, I have to get back to the yard.
I mean, have we been cleared if we're alive again?
Nobby didn't seem very comfortable around me. I didn't know if it was because of my return from the grave or because I'd caught him trying to steal everything of value that wasn't tied down. Although with Nobby, even if you tied it down, he'd steal the string. The only thing I was sure of was that my next step was to look into the counterweight killings. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what I found.
Oh, new something. Notepad update. Merchant's murder, wizard's murder, clerk's murder. Oh god, no.
3 more murders that we can ask
One of the
everyone
patrician
about.
clerks had been murdered, apparently as part of the counterweight killings. The counterweight killings had struck at the unseen university, and the reader of esoteric occultism had been killed. According to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been killed as part of the counterweight killings.
Well, who do we ask about first?
Well, first we should probably get the crowbar he left.
Really?
On the desk? Isn't that a crowbar?
Yes. That little bit of shininess.
Yeah.
So we are once again crowbarred.
Mm-hmm. Should we try to see if we can smell any smells in our office?
Yeah, will it allow us to transform in our own office? In the privacy of our own office, are we allowed to become a doggo? Yes.
Collect all the smells.
The cloud of teal-colored scent was the smell of tobacco and petty theft. Definitely Nobby's.
Can I collect it? No, but I can pick it up and rub it on things. Maybe I can put it in the inventory?
The dark red scent of the iron crowbar was quite distinct, and not the same as that scent.
Oh god. You can compare smells to every item in your inventory. Okay, there's this blue.
The cloud of teal-colored scent was the smell...
No, then what's the orange?
The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron. There was a faint haze of purple in the room. I didn't know who it belonged to, but there was something about it.
Given that the purple was our body's path to the cemetery, and that it's here, dare we suggest that the purple is us?
Around
Could
the door
be.
was a strong, dark cyan odor with an earthy overtone.
Could you compare the red to the iron?
The red to the crowbar?
Yeah. Sorry.
The dark red scent of the iron crowbar was quite distinct, and not the same as that scent.
Okay.
What about the hook?
The grapple was...
No, I have to... No, I've still got the smell. Then why can't I...
The coin didn't seem to have much to do with that.
Okay, so it's just a missing... There's some sort of missing localization for that. That specific
Okay.
interaction.
So the crowbar has a smell, but nothing else in our inventory seems to have a smell.
No.
Except probably the moss, because that was probably the dark green smell.
Well, yeah, we can try.
Nobby's odor was like...
Can I please let go of what I have? Thank you. Now, pick up. Pick up. I'm not allowed to pick it up. Why?
Okay.
The maroon... It's...
Then why could I pick it up before? Right? Square. Nothing. Triangle. Nothing.
It suggests...
Circle. Nothing. Maybe because it's added to our sense now?
I don't know. If you
Yeah, because it's in here now. Okay.
Okay. So can we then click those?
So we have
Do they tell us anything else?
the River Ankh, Fuchsia, Doggo, the Killer, Nobby, Maroon.
The maroon,
The Maroon is iron smelled. Nobby has
a
tobacco.
strange scent,
The serial killer we sensed in the
the aroma of a very
cemetery.
old and slightly damp nursery rug. Eau de Gaspode. The scent of a woman.
Ooh,
The
well,
unmistakable
that's more
Could we
info.
scent
compare
of the
that
River Ankh.
to the one in the office?
Compare the fuchsia
The
here.
Fuchsia?
I didn't...
Yeah.
There was a certain similarity between the purple and fuchsia scents. They both belonged to women.
Okay, so women just get purple colors. But they are different women. What about the serial killer's purple?
The purple scent was quite distinctive. I'd know it if I smelled it again.
That doesn't say they're not the same.
The purple scent...
Hmm. Do we have any other? If you scroll down.
No. Those are the scents we know so far.
Okay, so if we pick up the one next to the door, can we put that in our scents?
The cyan?
I'd found a... Around the door was a...
No! I didn't want to become human. Doggo.
Because he said he found a matching scent.
Yeah, this is Gaspode, presumably. So it's either that one or even more of Nobby. Nobby breaking into the door.
So can we do Nobby
scents
on
had
the
a
other
superficial
side
similarity.
of Nobby?
The two smells had a
The two
superficial
scents had a
similarity,
superficial similarity.
but not a deep
the
similarity.
two scents...
No. And if
Maybe-
you use that on the other one, the darker one, and the by the desk,
On
the
the red
teal
or the
cloud.
purple?
teal.
You want us to use Nobby on Nobby?
Yes.
Nobby's
Just
odor
confirm
was-
it.
Yes.
The cloud of teal-colored
Mhm.
scent was the
Yeah.
definite. Nobby's...
Yes.
Okay. But can you pick up the one by the door and put it in our scent bag?
Ooh,
Around
I
the
can
door
tell.
was a strong...
Nope. 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 Neither look at or interact with it
Around
is like turned it into a thing that we hold in our cursor.
Okay. Trying to figure out how the smell actually works, because if you can't pick them up, how are you supposed to check them later?
Ooh. But now it's been added to this. And now it will say yes that these match. No, it dropped it. Come on. I still want...
If you click it there, does it give you any more information?
The dark cyan scent was strong and earthy, with a hint of something potent about it. I didn't know what to make of the dark cyan scent, but it was a deep, earthy smell.
And if we rub it on that...
Well, of course it was the same scent.
You stupid user!
Can we do the same thing somehow with the purple smell in our office?
There was a...
I don't know how we did it.
Yes. You
There we
pick it up
go.
and you just drop it in your...
Mhm.
But didn't we already have a purple?
have a fuchsia.
Oh, serial killer is different
But
purple.
it's slightly, yeah.
Okay, so
This is gonna become quite difficult to communicate.
the mauvier shade of Pinky Russet. Okay, let's be human again.
But did you look what he said about the purple in our inventory?
Alright.
When we had scent inventory?
Can do.
I'm sorry, but he says more.
Can do, can do.
There was something about the purple scent that reminded me of werewolves. I wasn't sure who the werewolf was, but I'd
Okay.
know their scent if I smelled it again.
So that suggests the werewolf was here.
Yes.
Therefore, it makes sense for it to be Busty Lady.
Unthinkable.
That
Those were the only 4 smells we had, right? It was
Yeah.
the red from the iron.
Those are the only 4 smells in this room.
Good, good.
Wolfsbane? I don't know, Antares, what colour Wolfsbane is. It seems that they sexistly colour their... Well, not sexistly. They make colours of same gender fairly similar colours. Is about
Not
the only
necessarily because
thing. Girls have all been
Mooncalf was purple. Mooncalf was purple?
Only from the outside. We haven't seen him inside. He might not actually be purple. And you're colorblind? Oh. Thankfully I don't have that to trouble me for this.
This game would be really hard at that point.
So we can go to Horsts, the rooftop. The rooftop might actually be somewhere that we're allowed to both smell and...
We could also ask Mooncalf about the murders.
Or does the gargoyle count as like we're not allowed to transform in front of the gargoyle?
Surely the gargoyle wouldn't mind.
No, game, you're not going to trick me into... Come on, walk over here. Move. He won't
Don't
move.
wanna.
I just want to rotate in place. Please move. Well, I'm going to see if I can manage to click us without clicking edge of screen. Yes, we can. So there's magenta here and navy blue and teal. Therefore, does teal match dark teal? No, it was dark cyan. Oh, good lord. Okay, is Nobby the same as this one?
Nobby just couldn't conceal his odor.
Okay, so that's Nobby was here.
Yeah, because he was investigating the crime scene.
Now navy blue. Royal blue. Which we don't have. We've only got dark cyan, purple, maroon, serial killer, doggo.
So we want to collect that.
Sure.
Some parts of the roof had a
Can I pick that up and add it to... Deposit in inventory. We now have dark blue. And magenta.
Does it say anything more about it when it's in the
The
inventory?
navy blue scent was strong and distinct. I wasn't sure who the navy blue
Okay,
scent
not
belonged
m-
to.
It's
much
easy
go
to tell
on.
it isn't anything else, but I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Where's magenta gone? Is this the same as this?
I could tell that my killer had been here.
Yes. So the killer, when we were on the roof, they didn't murder us. They just donked us on the head and ran away.
But that dark brown puddle, though.
Oh, I thought that was just the ground.
Around the chalk outline was a brown scent, presumably malachite's.
We can pick it up and add it to our smell-o-vision list.
Gather up all the smells. Gotta collect them all.
Pokemon. Is it actually in our list, though? Yes, it is explicitly already said.
The earthy brown scent of malachite was unmistakably the scent of a troll. It could be another troll scent, but I was pretty sure it was malachite.
The menu says it's malachite. I'm happy to place my faith in the menu.
Gargoyle doesn't have smell?
No. The gargoyle is without scent. So there was teal, blue, brown, magenta. Is that slightly area where they're mixing anything? No. So that's it. Human. Where else has there been something resembling a crime?
True, Antares, the gargoyle is made of stone, but then again, technically, isn't malachite as well?
Yes, aren't the trolls?
Like, the gargoyle is sentient, so it should have as much of a spell as smell as the
it's sentient. You want to check out the mausoleum? It's a unoccupied location that we might be able to use doggo power in.
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was trying to restrict myself to just when it was really necessary.
We didn't want to make a colored version of this scene, so no doggoing here. No, the trolls are already rubble, Antares.
The rubble was definitely the body of a troll. But according to malachite...
Can we doggo in here?
Thereby find therma smell. Well,
Turning
non-therma.
into a wolf.
No, I'm not allowed to.
Oh, boo.
That's a big nope. Okay, so nothing here useful. Let's go ask Vampire about all our murders, I think. Start exhaustively rubbing.
True, but there's also the where the cart went over, the bridge.
Yes, we can see if the bridge is still a place. And if the Murdiddly Erdler scent was... Although that was quite a while ago now. Maudlin Bridge.
Just trying to to remember where all the crime scenes were.
Are we allowed to doggo here? Yes, we are allowed to doggo here. There's an overwhelming scent of the river.
Yeah.
So let's find out where is the river's stink.
I think that's on top.
Really? It didn't look green. Ah, there it is.
The smell of the Ankh was stronger by far. Here on the Maudlin Bridge, the reek of the Ankh was at its most sickening.
So, no. There is a few specks of magenta.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, where's magenta? We've got purple, serial killer.
That's serial killer. Serial killer is the one that's been named as magenta.
I thought there's a magenta.
No, that's fuchsia.
There was no mistaking it. Even against the reek of the Ark, it was the scent of my killer.
Okay, so the killer has been on the bridge. Whether at the same time as causing the person to flip over the edge.
Is the red just the light, or is it the smell? It's kind of hard to tell. It's just light. Good.
Yeah, I was beginning to like start the pixel. But it doesn't look like there's anything else.
No.
Yeah, I get it. We make lots of doggo noises.
With Grumpy Doggo.
So there was the roof. There's the guy in the... Yep, we can go to the inn. And see if we're allowed to transform in the room inside the inn.
True. That's also a crime scene.
Or is he going to be like, they could walk on in on us whilst we're being a werewolf? No, we are allowed.
Yay, smell-o-vision.
Dark blue puddle. Is it navy?
Both scents were human. I was pretty sure of that.
What about this one?
I couldn't be sure who the navy blue scent belonged to.
No. But it looks like it's the same color. What else have we got? We've got strong hint with a nudge of in the side of teal. The hanging up body.
Hint of apple.
Not cyan, where's teal? No, we've only got cyan. Where's... Ank? Nobby? Maybe it's Nobby?
Could be.
I guess Nobby's
He was here at one
lingered
point.
on from
Okay,
when he
it was
here
him.
Several days ago.
Not the hanging up
I
body.
had a feeling his scent was as good a lingerer as Nobby was.
Now, what's this? You want the yellow?
Yes, because it said the scent of apple. Hint of apple.
The apple-colored scent wasn't entirely unpleasant. I wasn't sure who the apple-colored scent belonged to.
Could you compare one with if you go back in there?
Lingering threat of magenta. Yeah, so in here, what?
Which one was it?
Test the serial
Was
killer.
it that?
My killer
Not the
had been
serial
here,
killer.
but
Oh,
were
well,
they
we can do that
responsible
first.
for Mundy's murder?
They were definitely here, and they're the overwhelming strongest smell here by volume. So what we've got, gaspode, maroon, the yellow of the apple, navy blue, troll yellow, or yellowy brown, serial killer purple, dark cyan, and purple. And
I don't remember which one it was. Oh well, it doesn't
maroon,
matter.
Apple. There's one more. There's one level of middle. Malachite. Come on, there's one more middle, isn't there? No, there must not be.
Okay. We should probably collect the scents we don't have.
I think I've absorbed the new smell, the apple, and the others are...
Is the blue the
The
same
scent
one
was
though?
Yes.
We can't pick that up.
No.
And the other one in the little corner that's barely just visible. Dark blue puddle.
There's a second one. So there's this.
Yes, and on the other side of the bed.
No, it doesn't. If we use blue on blue there.
No, I mean collect it. Because you
we
said it wasn't
can.
the same.
Yes, we can. Oh god, now we have multiple almost identical colors.
I suppose it could have been something else, but I was pretty sure that the dark blue scent belonged to Mundy.
Okay, can I compare that to this blue scent?
Both scents were...
No. They're just both human males.
Mm.
This is
And
so many colors!
And
1, 2, 3,
you
4,
did
5,
collect
6,
the
7, 8, 9.
other bigger blue.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12! Already! So the top left one is our police snobby friend. Bottom
Yeah.
middle is murderer. Left is someone that we don't know, that we cannot collect. And right is dead guy.
Mm-hmm. And then we have apple.
An apple that we don't know, yes, the yellow.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling it's strange that we can't collect the big blue one, but...
Not allowed.
Could we go and smell in Sapphire's room?
We can try. Morning, Zarv.
Morning, Czar.
What is Sapphire's smell? Are they the other yellow color, do you bet?
Hmm.
Yep, we are allowed to doggo in here. So we have faint trace of apple. Is that the same as this apple?
I guess the apple-colored scent belonged to Mankin.
Ah, well, maybe because he's a half-elf, so he's not blue. Human males are blue, but he's a half-elf, so he's yellow. And therefore we've identified that one. Bright cyan blob. Is it dark cyan, or are they different?
I could recognize faint traces of the hideous troll perfume in the dark cyan scent. It seemed that the scent belonged to Sapphire.
Dark and light are apparently the same? Maybe? Yeah, because we've just identified it as Sapphire.
Mm-hmm.
And are there anything else in this? Dark cyan cloud, light... Oh, so the light cyan is her perfume and the dark cyan is... Does that mean that I can use her on...
So the fact that the Nobby is more close to trolls
Sapphire,
and
yeah.
scent.
The main smell in the dressing room was the same as the scent near the door in my office. It was definitely Sapphire's.
So this is Sapphire and that's Sapphire's perfume smell.
Okay, so Sapphire was close to our door in the office. That's what they said.
Yep.
Huh.
All the same perfume.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look like there's any other smells in this
Okay.
pixel hunt.
Well, you wanted to start asking people all about our
The
new
new
murders.
talking points. Yes. Because not only have we now
I-
got 12 smells, we have 3 new talking points. At least it's taken away some of the areas.
Mm.
Wanted.
Wait, what? Really? That means I should actually listen
What?
to it.
The story of the Sortian War, as 'twas ne'er told. Truculus and Cressilic, Hwell's epic. I couldn't imagine who would pay attention to the notices in a seedy... Wanted, bed maker and laundry.
There was
for
something
Unseen
there.
University. $2 for each day survived. Contact Mrs. Foames at the new hall.
Are we taking on the second job?
I think that's how we get into the university to go look at the murder of the Grand High, whatever he was. The wizard that's on the 3 dead people list.
Who we want to smell?
Where are we? This guy. The reader of esoteric occultism.
The counterweight killings had struck at
Makes
the
sense.
Okay, so we have a way into the university, maybe? Are we gonna... I mean, that seems more useful than rubbing our
useful.
rubbing our information about the new murders up against everyone. If we've accidentally made progress by reading a notice board.
I think you just misclicked on that notice board as well.
Yeah, I was trying to go to the door, totally.
So let's see. Where is it?
The
New Hall.
Hall at Unseen University.
It's got a Tesla coil effect happening. Or what are they? Leiden ladders?
Unseen University was positioned along a large stretch in the River Ankh, and its campus was convoluted enough that it was hard to tell where the university ended and the city began. It would be wrong to say that the people of the city respected the wizards of the university, and it would be wrong to say that they hated them. In fact, all you could really say was that both the citizens and the wizards were glad of the wall that stopped them from having to socialize on a daily basis.
There's a maid. Oh, she's answering the door.
Mrs. Foames,
Yes, I am she. What do you want?
may I come in?
No,
No, you
you
may
may not.
I've come about the job.
Is that a fact? Very well, you may enter. But wipe your feet. I won't have the help messing up the carpets.
Is she gonna go on about dripping water on her wooden floorboards?
No, she's about carpets.
You
It's all
come to
carpets
the
here,
job,
not fancy
Mr.
wooden boards.
Luton. And yes, I am interested in the job.
Well, as the head chambermaid, the decisions about hiring staff falls on my shoulders. Do you have any experience?
No, but I'm a fast learner.
Well, the pay is $2 a day. There are no perks. If you want it, it's yours.
Do we say yes? Where's the say yes? Do I have to use it as the talking point?
Maybe? Maybe
I'll take the job.
introduce ourselves?
When do I start?
You can start now by making the beds. The dorm is through that door. I advise you to leave before the students get back.
Why?
Boys will be boys, Mr. Luton. And apprentice wizards are the worst kind of boys imaginable.
Okay, we successfully have the job and so are technically allowed in here. Let's introduce ourselves.
Tell me about Unseen University.
It's not the business of help to discuss their employers.
Oh, alright then. What do you know about the murder of the wizard?
Is it Ding dangerous working here. Only I heard that one of the wizards was murdered.
Don't let that bother you, Mr. Luton. The affairs of the staff are not our concern.
You don't think I'm in any danger?
Goodness, no. The odd death is just the natural course of campus politics, I'm afraid.
Gosh.
Shocking turn of affairs, but we mustn't question it. Dead men's pointy boots and all that.
Dead men's pointy boots?
When I mentioned the
Yeah.
murder at Unseen University to Mrs. Foames, she said something about dead men's pointy boots.
Is this an
Dead men's
idiom that I
pointy
don't know?
boots?
Yes. No questions asked as to the manner of their emptying, if you know what I mean.
I see.
I think it is that wizards have pointy boots. And I think it was something like the higher the position, the
I
more
guess I'd better get to work.
pointy.
Very good.
And if you took their boots, then you had their position or something. I can't remember.
Antares is confirming your take.
Ah. Okay, great.
Mrs. Foames?
Well, what do you want? I haven't got time to waste.
No, that's all.
I
I do remember some Discord lore, but not much.
Okay, we'll add deeper in. Do we actually have to make the beds?
For a brief moment, I considered actually
Can we
making
use
the
smell
beds.
vision?
Fortunately, good sense prevailed.
No. We cannot actually... Ooh.
I searched the unlocker, but found nothing I wanted to think too hard about.
No. You want to do doggo?
Mm-hmm.
Octarine board.
I tried to write on the octarine board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes. The octarine board appeared blank to my eyes, but I had a feeling there was something written on it I couldn't see. A few sticks of chalk, a type of chalk made from octarine carbonate, were resting on the top of the board.
Okay. But that looks like it's going to exit the room if I click that. Okay, now let's try the doggo idea. Not get distracted by more interact. No, 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 no. Come over here. Get distracted by items. Come on, I want me, not the beds. Thank you.
Yeah, that's how I know it as well. I watched the movies. I haven't
The
read
door
as
was
much
full
of his
the
books.
jangling sense of the students. But the most surprising thing was the octarine board. As a wolf, I smelt the words on the board. The chalk marks showed up as sparkling traces against the odorless board. It seemed to be a list of subjects the young apprentices were studying. Occult perils of lace-making, basic myth and monsters, principles of thaumic imponderability, and temples of the great Nev. Under the list of subjects were the words, "You must read a chapter on each before the next lecture."
So the board has writing on it, but it wasn't actually useful writing. But it was teaching us that maybe that's tutorializing that we can see writing sometimes.
It is just a magic thing. It just proves that as a werewolf you have some sort of magic in
The only
you.
interesting thing I could find in the unlocker was some books.
Unlocker with disturbing aroma.
Given the smell
Oh
of the
dear, no.
unlocker, I was grateful it was locked.
No, we can't. Well, can we use crowbar? Unlocked. Come on.
I didn't want to put that in the unlocker.
No, it treats it like we're trying to put it in the locker, not use it to open the locker. I think we're done with this room then.
Yeah.
We can't make the beds. It teaches us that we can smell magic, writing, magic, something. Unless the other... Actually, there is one more unlocker.
I searched
The unstable one or the bugged one?
Unlike the other unlockers, this one seemed to be levitating a few inches above the ground. Probably one of the students' cantrips that hadn't worn off yet. As for the unlocker's contents, the less said about them, the better.
Okay. Nah, nothing in those lockers either. Next room. We're going to be visiting the library. Okay, there's a bottom left, which seems to be the only thing other than the door.
But is it full of smells? You can never trust your own eyes if it's empty or not.
Get thrown out.
This is like the hidden barrel vision.
Yes. You know, the one time we don't do it, it's gonna be important.
Not in front of the port.
No, there's a porter here.
Okay.
Oh, he's over here. Hello, porter.
Ah.
What are you doing here?
The name's Luton. I'm working for Mrs. Foames.
You're the new bed maker, eh? Well, you can't come any further than this, Luton. Wizards only in the library, thank you.
Wizards only?
Well, wizards, apprentices, and orangutans.
Are you a porter?
No, I'm a Bledlow, and there's a difference, all right?
Shoot the shit.
What's a Bledlow?
We look after the students,
Look after them.
just like the watch looks after the city.
You throw your weight around and beat them senseless when they do something wrong?
That's about the size of it, yeah. You don't mess with the lobsters.
Lobsters?
Just a nickname we've picked up over the years.
Why?
If you see us get our hands on a student, you'll understand.
You make it sound like you're hunting them down.
Of course. All students are
The
guilty.
students are all guilty of something. Speak me more.
Where are all the students?
Sounds very
They'll
university-like.
play an unseen university challenge against the students from the Assassin's Guild.
What does that involve?
I don't know. Given the way most sports are conducted round here, it probably involves a very careful inspection of half the pubs in Ankh-Morpork.
What makes you say that?
Heard of the City and Guilds?
No.
When the guilds started setting up their own colleges, there was a lot of rivalry between the various students.
Rivalry?
Well, the university students used to be ambushed by gangs from the guilds, really.
Used to be.
Well, given the faculty's relaxed attitude to sudden death, most of the staff preferred dead students on account of them being easier to teach. But I gather the guilds decided that enough was enough because all the bodies around the place made it very hard to open doors.
So what did they do?
They founded the City and Guilds match. See, the idea was to carry a football right from the outskirts of the Shades to the Tower of Art, goals being scored by kicking the ball through the door of certain landmarks.
What sort of landmarks? The sort with names like the Mended Drum, Bunch of Grapes. The scoring team was bought drinks by the other teams, you see. And after a few years, the Arch-Chancellor ruled that only one goal could be scored in each pub, since the match had, for 3 years running, it had gone on for a month. Yeah.
What's this got to do with Unseen University Challenge?
Well, the university tends to leave the city and guilds match to the guilds. They prefer a more cerebral challenge.
Such as going straight to the pub, not passing go, and not bothering to come back.
That'd be my guess, yes.
So they're not coming back?
Well, they'll be back. They need to come to the library to get their course books.
That was quite a bit of dialogue. What do you know about the dead wizard?
Tell all.
Where is it? Can also ask if he knows anything about the bestial attacker.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I'm just a Bledlow Luton. No, I don't know anything about that.
It's above his pay grade, fair enough. There we go. What do you know about the dead wizard?
I hear the reader of esoteric occultism was murdered.
Yep. Old Mason was so full of poison, even the worms wouldn't touch him.
He was poisoned?
That's right. Right here in the Widdershins wing of the university.
You don't sound concerned.
I just keep an eye on the students. The wizards can do what they like to each other.
So we now know that he was poisoned. Speak me more.
Who do you think killed Matham?
Well, that shouldn't be hard to work out, eh? Just see who fills his shoes.
You think it was an internal matter?
I don't see why not. No one else has got a reason to be killing wizards, have they, eh?
Okay, so you think it's internal. Do we ask him about the other murders as well? Do you think that's...
No, I think that's the murder we ask him about.
Okay.
I don't think he would care about the other ones.
He still won't let us through, right?
I tried to head down.
Yeah.
Wizard.
And it doesn't look like there's anything else interactable on this screen. Only the exit. What if we stole some shoes? And pretended to be a wizard? We could ask the lady about the poisoning, now that we know that it's
Mrs.
poisoning.
Holmes?
Well, what do you... I haven't got time.
The wizard was poisoned, I hear.
I think you could use a little less gossip and a lot more work, Mr. Luton.
It was almost certainly going to go that way, but...
I guess I'd better...
Very...
Okay, then, what else? How do we start pursuing the other two murders?
Well, we could ask Mooncalf, since that's where our murder trail ended.
Oh, I was thinking more in terms of, Right, we were told there's a dead wizard, so went to the wizard school after having found a way to sneak in via the wanted job. How do we pursue the dead merchant and the... what's the other one?
Lurk.
Clerk.
Vimes had mentioned the counterweight killings to me. Apparently there had been a string of...
And we could always ask Mr. Helpful Hintman here.
No.
What do you know about the poisoning?
What about the reader of esoteric occultism? Do you know about his murder?
Internal politics. It is of no consequence to the world what happens inside Unseen University.
Even if they accidentally summon hideous demons from beyond space and time?
As long as they stay inside Unseen University, no problem.
Well, his advice is actually very reasonable. Very reasonable.
Which is disturbing.
I heard a prominent merchant was killed.
That's right. A gangland killing by the Shin Kicker Triad. They told Bjorn Iron Trader to stop trading with their rivals, but he didn't listen to them.
I don't think that's the murder I'm interested in.
Maybe it should be.
I worry that that's true.
What do you know about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
He wasn't killed. He's been smuggled out of Ankh-Morpork.
See, this is what I was expecting.
Ephebian ontological guerrillas.
Ontological gorillas?
What if that's true? What if that is very true?
Trying to spread their doctrine that our existence is purely an abstract experience mediated by a limited sensory experience, which cannot be relied upon to provide accurate perspectives or any true reality should one exist.
Sounds plausible.
So, they got to you too, did they?
Everything he says is true? He's had some pretty out there things, Antares. He's had some really out there things that I don't think, especially when we first met him, that I would have a very hard time. This guy worships Errata, goddess of small coincidences, who rules over us all.
I have some more questions.
What do you know about this poisoning?
I asked Mooncalf where he was when the murder took place, and he told me he was home.
Yeah, that's his answer for everything.
I asked Mooncalf...
Yep. Also holding a sermon, and...
I asked Moon...
Okay, he is not the murderer, and he's constantly holding sermons.
Really?
Do we go to the patrician to find out about the patrician's clerk?
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Al Cobb.
If I can manage to exit.
And then smell everything.
Okay, I'm here. What do you guys know about the murder? We have more questions. The questions are: 1. What do you know about the guy being poisoned?
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
We don't know nothing about any murders, all right?
What about the merchant's murder?
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
We don't know nothing about any murders, all right?
Same story. And what about the clerk's murder?
I hear one of the clerks got murdered.
Ask questions like that and we might have to arrest you.
Ah, but he
What
knows about them.
grounds? Well, on the palace grounds, obviously.
But nothing useful. Fine. We still can't walk past, so we can only really potentially go up to the Leonardo da Vinci's room.
Could we turn wolf here since we're no longer in view?
Maybe.
Or is it too close to them?
I'm actually having a hard time, there we go, finding us. It is allowed.
Hooray! Ooh, that's magenta smell again.
Yeah, there's traces of magenta. And there's red, and there's lawn green.
Hmm.
Well, let's see if the green is the river.
The Ankh smelled much worse than garbage.
So maybe lawn
Okay, so
green
it's
is
garbage.
garbage. Let's see if we can pick up garbage. Yes. Lawn green being, of course, so very different to the River Ankh's green.
Mm-hmm.
Ay, ay, ay. Red traces.
The empty barrels were surrounded by a cloying red mist, and it had the shrill pitch of red wine, if I wasn't mistaken.
Is that similar to the red that we found in our office?
The maroon? Eh.
No, that's the
That's
wine
what I
barrels. Now you're
first
comparing
smelled.
wine barrels with wine barrels.
What? I want... There we go. How are these similar?
Although superficially similar, there was no mistaking the metallic maroon scent for the sharp smell of Ephebian red wine.
No. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What about the bit of purple?
Fair enough. Is that a murderer? Serial killer?
Definitely the same scent as my killer, which meant whoever it was made it into the palace concealed in a wine barrel. Why did that bring to mind the phrase, you wait, time passes, and Thorin sits down and starts singing about gold?
I don't know why it brought that to mind for you. So murderer supposedly got in via wine barrels. And as far as I can tell, there's no other...
Would the Baron know anything about the murders?
Let me ask. So you don't want to go up to Da Vinci right this sec?
I don't think he will be, since he's stuck inside the cell.
Okay.
Logic dictates he wouldn't know, which means that in Discworld logic, he probably knows everything.
You want Baron von Uberwald?
Yay. He's also paying us for several
Yes,
cases
for like
here, so
3
maybe
cases.
we can...
Oh.
Maybe he can also pay for these other murder cases.
I'm just as thrilled.
Who would say I like to see this time?
Can I see the Count?
am not in a position to know how good your vision is, but you may see the Count, which I believe is what Sir actually meant in Sir's untutored way.
He wants us to speak very
The Count's
precisely.
health was getting worse. He wasn't making much sense.
Is that you? I knew you'd come for me sooner or later. Is it time? Is it time already? It's been such a long time, hasn't it? We've had fun together, haven't we? Soon. Soon enough.
Count?
Soon enough, my dear. Soon enough.
Count? It's Luton.
He cannot hear you.
Ooh!
Oh, that!
Why not?
It's almost his time.
I've seen some scary things in my time. I've seen men driven mad by money or women. I've seen wars where neither side has known what they were fighting over. I've seen Nobby getting out of the shower, and believe me, that was no picnic. I didn't really discover what terror was until I found myself talking to a 7-foot-high skeleton with a scythe. You're deaf!
Am I? You know, I wondered why I was carrying the scythe around.
Yes,
I-
Zav, he is.
Are you what?
And he's not just a side character.
A
He's
selfish, bitter man
part
who
of the
has
story.
yet to squander his one last chance at redemption?
Am I dead?
No. It's not your time.
Yet.
I thought you might have missed me the other day.
He is
when I was
depicted as a
stabbed and you
cyan
only just got
smell.
around to me.
I'm famously punctual.
So why are you here?
I've come out for the Count, so to speak.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was hoping to ask him a few questions.
You seem remarkably calm for one who's just seen the defeater of empires, the swallower of oceans, the thief of years, the ultimate reality, the harvester of mankind, and the assassin against whom no lock will hold. That's me, in case you have trouble with long sentences.
It's been that kind of week. How long has he got?
That depends on you.
On me? I thought our time was allocated by the fates.
It is true that fate is the ultimate master of life and death. But even fate takes a back seat to the laws of narrative causality.
I don't understand.
Really? Who said you were supposed to?
You might give me a clue.
Let's just say that the actions of one person may change the way the whole story is told.
I don't understand.
Don't worry. It'll all become clear to you at the end.
Hmm. So do we try talking to the Count?
Can we ask that about the murders?
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
Of course.
Ah, this counts as
You were
talking to
there?
death.
Well, yes. I have to be. But this is very irregular.
Of course. You know about all these murders, don't you? I mean, you're basically an accessory after the fact. Or possibly before the fact.
Young man, I am the fact.
Well, tell me everything you know.
Are you sure?
Oh no.
It would take millions of years.
I meant about this case. We could stop anyone else from being killed.
No. Absolutely not. You can't expect me to be a witness in a murder inquiry. I'm going to take the fifth.
The fifth what?
No one ever says what fifth. They just take it. And I'll have the 6th, 7th, and 15th through 23rd, just to be on the safe side.
So you won't tell me anything?
Oh, lots of
Lots
things.
of them, but nothing about the murder.
I like to talk to a man who likes to talk.
But you won't tell me anything about the murders?
I will not. Supposing that caught on. You think I want to spend every day in a witness box?
Even though Death said he wouldn't tell me anything, I had a suspicion that I might be able to learn something if I could just trip him up. I'd have to be careful, though. The
So
last
ask
thing
about
I wanted
all
was
the
to get
things?
Death
Like all the
upset.
murders?
He's not a guy you want as your enemy.
Well, we asked about that one. Do we just keep going? Or are you thinking
Yeah.
that it's the game's way of saying, like, you only get X number of times to talk to him, and after that he gets grumpy?
I think it might
I
be
was
just keep
thinking about
harassing him with
giving
different
you some
murders.
information on the merchant's murder.
That's funny. I was just thinking about wallpaper. Was there a point you wanted to make?
Perhaps I could.
Besides,
trap
I'm
him
enjoying
into
the
saying
conversation.
something if I knew a little more about how and where the merchant had been killed.
You know, that's very good. The way you make your voice go all tough and pretty like that. Do you have to go to elocution classes?
No.
Do you have a secret code ring or anything?
No.
Oh.
And the clerk's murder?
Is there anything you'd like to tell me about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
Only that he was a lot less tiresome than you and didn't have such a colorful vocabulary.
So we swear a bit more, apparently. And what about the counterweight killings?
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
I already told you that I could not discuss the details of my work with you.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to ask Death about?
Inventory items.
We could do the dead man's boots.
Does
That
dead
might
men's
count as
pointy
more
boots mean anything
information.
to you?
They use it at the Unseen University, do they not?
So I understand.
It is accurate. The wizards do have pointy boots. It's traditional.
I think it has some other meaning.
That would explain why I have heard it mentioned in the guilds. Their boots are seldom pointy.
Not really. He gives us some hint about what Chat and you yourself told us, Maury.
But inventory.
Sure. The
Do we
moss?
have anything here?
I
Oh, we don't know anything about the moss
mosses.
yet.
Moss? Did you say moss? Plants. Yes.
Oh wow, he can hear us instead of Death.
Lots of plants here. Can't remember much about them these days. The memory fails. There are books, though. I forget where. Ah, yes. The library's Apocrypha.
Is this a new location?
All the books are there, you know.
May I use the library?
Eh? What was that, my boy? The library. Ah, yes. The library's Apocrypha. All the books are there, you know. You can use it if it will help your inquiries. How go your inquiries? Have you heard from Reagan?
No. Not yet.
Oh, and then it kicks us out.
This room contains the von Uberwald's Libraris Apocrypha. So, will I trust be careful not to damage any of the priceless tomes housed within.
I'll be careful.
One would be very upset if one was to return to find, sir, perhaps folding paper animals from a priceless folio edition of the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words.
What are they?
They are books, sir.
I realize that. What are they about?
The Libraris Apocrypha is a collection of obscurities and rare volumes from across the continent. If knowledge were an animal, the Libraris would be a great dragon. Sir, by the same scale, would be a kebab on an ant's barbecue.
I'll be careful.
Can we doggo in this room?
Although I appeared to be alone, I found it hard to believe I wasn't being watched. I wouldn't trust me with all those valuable books, and the butler certainly didn't.
Okay, what's the library got to say for itself?
So we were looking up the moth.
The library was the von Uberwald's collection of obscurities. Perhaps I could turn it to my advantage. I leafed through a copy of Laws and Ordinances of the cities of Ankh and Morpork. Fascinating stuff. I learned that there was a law that made it a crime to walk ducks across the brass bridge. You had to wonder why it was necessary to pass a law like that.
So you want us to rub moss against library?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
That's what's got us here.
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
No.
Oh, I meant on the index card, but sure.
Okay, moss on index cards.
I found a copy of Orange Crates on the Nature of Plants. The book was a tediously detailed study of the plant kingdom, and one of the most boring things I've ever read. But I found the moss in there. Apparently it was a lycanthrope, a type of animate moss with crude locomotion, found only in the worst sewers in the most decrepit urban areas. Apparently the lycanthrope looked like harmless moss until something to eat walked by. Then they transformed into a deadly lichen and devoured their prey, at least as long as it was small enough. Otherwise, they just clung on for dear life.
So a different type of lycanthropy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but we got something now.
Did we?
Yeah, that was a little feather.
The sewers.
The lycanthrope
Can
only grew
we
in
look
sewers.
that up in the index cards?
I had to find out how to get into the sewers of Ankh-Morpork.
It looks like we have to work out how to get
Not
in.
many people could claim that.
But we can try rubbing...
Can you look it up?
Yeah, we can definitely try that.
We haven't used the take
Really
words from
look that up in
notebook.
the library. I checked through the library and found some ancient plans of the city of Ankh. There was an intricate sewer system beneath the city. It must be thousands of years old. It would be in quite a state if it was still around, and as far as I could tell, it would be under the water if there wasn't a drought on. Given the rains that we'd had recently, I could only find one section of sewer that might be above water.
There was a shallow sewer running from the Magdalen Bridge around the rimward side of the Royal Winter Palace of the Kings of Ankh, now the home of the patrician. I guess the designers weren't allowed to put sewers under the palace grounds, which might have been why the Royal Summer Palace of the Kings of Ankh was a long way from Ankh-Morpork. That and the stench of the River Ankh, anyway.
Did it add a place, though? Yep, map updatey.
Right. Is there anything else in our inventory we want to look at the index cards?
I was going to say the poisoning.
Huh.
We could try looking up poisoning, but... He jiggles back and forth in front of the cards.
The books were all
Looks
neatly
very
indexed
sus.
by a vast series of cards in a wooden case. It looked like the von Uberwalds were using an ancient version of Huey's octal system of indexing.
Not Dewey Decimal, the
It was
Hui
complicated,
octave system.
but I reckoned I could at least use it to find out what books they had on a particular subject, and then wander around until I saw a bookshelf with the right number on it.
No, nothing about the poison.
Okay. Shame. Well, we got a new place, though.
Yeah, we potentially have the sewers as a whole new place.
Could we ask you where Colada is?
We potentially could. I'm just trying to see if we can.
Oh, lag caused me to ask too late.
Find the sewers. Ah, there it is. Between the bridge and the police station. Now, you wanted to ask about Carlotta.
Yeah, right, was just well over there.
I will...
Well, he's gone. Could we wolf? Like, how set is the wolf function?
While the butler was gone, I slipped into my wolf form.
Yup.
A purple
Oh.
scent stretched across the hallway, and I instantly knew it was Carlotta. But that wasn't all. The richness of her odor told me something
That she was
else.
rich.
Carlotta was a werewolf,
Oh.
just like me.
It seems that Carlotta is not in her room.
Take a message. Tell her to meet me at the Café Ankh later tonight.
As Sir wishes.
If Carlotta was the werewolf who infected me, I wanted to speak to her as soon as possible. Sheesh. You'd think a guy could take one kiss and wake up the same shape next day, wouldn't you?
Surprise progress.
So you wanted to hit the sewers?
Well, it's the newest thing.
It is indeed. It's indeed.
The ancient civic plans from the library...
It is bound to have smells.
across from the Magdalen Bridge. A relatively small tunnel was concealed beneath a pile of debris that must have accumulated over the centuries. It looked as if most of the tunnels here were actually still above the waterline.
Don't bother
Or the
Costa when he's
sludge
sleeping.
line, to be more honest about it.
Doggo?
Yes.
Yeah, mine's actually... I need to step away for a second. Let mine out the door. She's grumbling, and she grumbles when she needs to be let out because she's good house trained. So I'll be back in just a sec. Oop. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. So we have the sewers, so we can check the sewers. And then there was merchant. Who could we possibly ask a merchant? Who do we know who would be connected to a merchant guild? I guess we could ask the big troll that's more for the underground troll. And let's see. Maybe the guy bartending? He might know the merchant guild. Anyone else I can think of? Maybe the vampire would know the merchant guild? I mean, he runs a restaurant. You'd think he'd know.
Doggo. Happily outside.
Okay. I have just been pondering who we could potentially ask about the merchant killing.
Yeah. Maybe... Who did you come up with? I would have thought Horst.
We came up with the giant troll for the underground, which is Horst. And then the bartender could potentially know someone, as well as the vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the ones I could think of that might have contact with the merchant guilds.
Makes sense. Okay, what have we got in here? Sewer water. Look at sewer
I wasn't
water.
even sure it really was water.
Take sewer water.
I didn't want to root around in the water.
So there is an exit off this way, up the big pipe.
Mhm.
And there's one back the way we came, so there's go deeper.
Sure, we can go deeper.
Let's finish out. Ooh, there's a niche.
Oh,
Yeah.
There were far too many niches for me to search by hand. It would take forever.
Hmm.
Empty.
so smell?
Maybe. Let's finish the pixel hunt.
It says we can't do it by checking everything.
No, there's nothing else. Okay. Doggo? Or do we die if we turn into a doggo in the sewers because it's like, the smell!
If we can survive the river ank, I think we're good.
Dense light green fog.
The smell of the Ankh was unbearably strong in this.
See? And it was
And
all
it
we
was
can
all
do
we
to
could
remain
do
conscious.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look like there's anything else. There's
Okay.
only light green smell.
What about the light, the one that goes into the pipe?
Dense light green fog. Everything.
Okay, same thing.
Yeah,
okay.
there's only one.
Right, then we can go.
Become human. Dig more deeply and more greedily.
Find more green smell.
Okay, commence the pixel searching. There's us. There's sewer water again.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't.
Same responses. There's deeper over there. There's two. So there's one place we haven't been there. There's another niche.
Mm-hmm.
There were.
Wait, is that two of them? Or did I just pick up the same one? No, I just picked up the same one twice. That's fine. Means that my pixel hunt is not moving too far. Hopefully. Okay. Nope, there doesn't appear to be almost anything else other than exit to that way, exit to this way. So go deeper, or sort of come back the way... Wait, where?
Doggo first,
in
then
here.
move.
Yes, yes, okay. There might
I
be
have
some,
learned from
there might be
Harold.
some coloured barrels.
Uh-huh. And there
Ooh.
was.
There's a magenta trail with flashing dots. And it's absolutely murdering the PlayStation.
I'd found a matching scent.
Okay, so the magenta trail comes into here.
Mm-hmm.
What about over there? Same thing.
Okay, so if we then click that, will it teleport us to somewhere?
Follow smell.
Yeah.
It was almost drowned.
Oh.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways.
Yup.
It was almost drowned out by the smell of the ankh, though.
Sure. Now drop the smell,
Drop that smell.
please. And you just want to chase magenta.
Yes.
Okay.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting
Yeah,
at
we already had that.
pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was all...
Sure. And then this space, more sewer water. Another niche. Beg pardon.
No
There
problem.
Empty. Oh. Oh.
There.
The lair was concealed in one of the sewer's many niches.
Or do you want us to go back there and smell?
No, I'm fine.
There was
feel like
all
this is what we're
manner of
supposed to
debris
find with
piled
smell-o-vision,
up
so-
inside the niche. It looked like some kind of nest. I was strongly reminded of what I'd found in the Milka's cargo hold, only this nest seemed bigger somehow.
Hmm.
Amongst the garbage...
There is a pendant? Really? Ah, there. Do-do-do-do-do.
As I stood in the alcove examining the
We have a
pendant,
thing.
I felt as if I wasn't alone. It was the same presence I'd felt in the Milka's hold. I could feel the cold touch of death upon me. It was a strangely light touch.
Oh, it's rat death.
Size obviously
Oh.
isn't important, I agree. You are Death, right? Rats have their own death? No offense, I mean, you're very, very intimidating. For a skeletal rat, at least.
Why did we see you on the milker? Normal death, death of rats, or shoot the shit? Or inventory, or notebook?
Let's begin with the talking points and work our way out.
Okay.
So what's your connection to the big guy? You're sort of like relatives then. You probably get together for birthdays and Hogwatch night. I'd like to see that. If you
What
don't
about
mind me
the ship?
asking, were you on the Milka before? I thought so. What were you doing on the Milka?
Killing rats?
Uh-huh. No, please. Go on. Did you see anything? Well, I don't know. Anything unusual?
Squeak with a question mark versus squeak with a full stop.
Yeah, I saw that. And that's here. This is its lair. It can't be very big. That's not very comforting. But I guess that's not your job. Comfort, I mean. I wasn't suggesting you weren't good at your job.
Ending everyone
I've
you
never looked at it
meet.
that way before. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to a phantasmal rodent. I hoped he couldn't read my thoughts. He seems easily offended.
Okay, and then what about his job?
So, what's it like being the death of rats?
Rat, name a blob. It's a rat, not a mouse.
So many squeaks. Before it was one squeak is a whole sentence, and now it's like one squeak is a word.
You don't get to talk much, do you?
The Grim Squeaker is its official title.
So, do you come here often? I'm sorry, it's not easy to think of things to say to something like you. Well, it's not often I find myself in the sewers talking to a... What are you exactly?
I am death.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've done all the introductions. We could ask if Carlotta is the werewolf.
I couldn't exactly slip the fact...
No, we cannot. What about Reagan's murder?
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
That seems like a no. Let's go all the way to the left. And work our way to the right. Do we want to ask about the sword? I guess so. That's still unsolved. No! I can't.
No, that's just the name of the case.
Oh. Where's... It's golden sword when it's a thing. Yeah, okay. We can ask if she knows why Mundy was hung upside down.
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
I don't think we're getting useful answers out of...
Not for that, though.
Do you know... What do you know about...
No, it doesn't look like we're getting useful answers to anything.
Okay, fair enough.
They might know
I,
the
I
beast.
still...
There's a connection between the creature who made these nests and the beast that killed Malachite and the beast that killed me. Can't you give me a little help? No, I understand. Professional ethics and all. Do you
know a troll by the name
Still,
of
I
Death
love the
for a
fact that
Fish?
little Death is there.
No. So unless you have... Well, we could ask if he knows
Can you
anything
tell
about
me
poisoning.
anything about me?
That's a no. And this
Have
one.
you heard of...
And a no.
Do you know any... Well, no, it's not the rats that are being murdered. That's fair. I'll be sure to come to you the first time I am investigating a serial rat killer. We Mad Arthur? He's not a serial killer, he's an exterminator. Well, fair point, I suppose. Do you know anything about the counterweight killings? Well, no, it's not the rats that are being murdered.
Then it's not my wheelhouse.
That's fair enough, I suppose. I'll be...
And the same response about
well-
We Mad Arthur. Okay, I think we're done, unless there's anything else you specifically...
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Goodbye. Thank you for your time, Grim Squeaker.
Okay, so who can we talk about the pendant?
I mean, presumably with either the Baron or the butler. Because
You think so?
it's nominally Carlotta's, isn't it? My understanding is that the
know.
implication is that this is Carlotta's, like, where she comes when she's a werewolf. And that she's left an amulet here.
But Carlotta was never on the Milka, was she? We said it was similar to the lair we found on the Milka.
So what, you think our girlfriend is also a werewolf?
Maybe? Maybe we have a thing. Maybe we have a type.
Our type is women that are also werewolves.
It would seem so.
Also, that's the only exit from here. Is there anything else you would like to do? Oh, we should spell a vision, I guess.
No. I mean, we should. We should.
It was definitely the scent from the cemetery. I still didn't know what the coruscating static meant.
That
though.
one with Carlotta scent, because didn't we collect Carlotta? No, we didn't get to collect Carlotta scent because it was so quickly. The butler came back.
The
Yeah, it instantly
magenta scent
transitioned us
permeated
into
the niche,
travel by
strongly
cutscene into the
smell.
library.
There weren't many times.
Okay, it doesn't look like we can do anything other than say, yes, this is the murderer's smell. So, back the way we came. Now, there is a whole area that we haven't been to this way. But that just leads to the entrance via... Okay, so that's... It's an infinite loop.
Hmm.
Okay.
Then we can leave. But yeah, I'm leaning towards either it's Carlotta or it's our ex-girlfriend. That would know something about that pendant.
Who? I'd like.
Unless it's an artifact, in which I guess totally not Laura Craft also would know.
Does this mean anything to you?
Sir would have to consult.
Yeah, we could consult the library. He
But
says...
we don't know what the pendant is.
That's
Isn't
why
that a
we
bit
go to
of a
the
wit-
library.
Sure, I'm just thinking it's a big search, but we found the moss, so for all means.
Oh, we're going to do the gyrate on the table thing again.
The books were all... It looked like...
Yes, yes, yes. The not quite Dewey Decimal System, we know.
There were books on jewelry, but I couldn't find the pendant in any of them. I did get the idea that the design of the pendant might match something else, though.
So you want to ask Laura Croft?
Either her or our ex-girlfriend. That's who identified the coin.
Okay. No.
I'm not sure if Laura Croft is back.
Yes, from talking to Horst. Wasn't it sort of over here?
So?
It looks like the,
It's disappeared.
Yes, it's not no longer allowed to visit it. No visiting Laura Croft.
Boo.
We can see if she's still at Horst's, though.
I went to...
But he's not there.
Hmm. Suspicious. And the port is also gone black. We can no longer go to the port.
Yeah. It hasn't been visitable since the start of this section. I noted that straight away when we started looking at where to go. I did not notice the lack of the archaeological society.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rodin's workshop is still here.
Rodin's...
I suppose we can ultra super mega confirm nothing because Malachite isn't here anymore.
But can we use smell-o-vision?
Plaster encrusted bandages. Well, we've got plaster encrusted bandages now. You want us to doggo? It is allowed.
No one's around.
Blue mist.
Is it the same as the blue we already have?
Both scents were...
Okay, it's human, but it's not Mundy.
There was a superficial similarity between... They were very different.
It's not that blue scent. Oops. I don't think there are any more blue scents, are there?
No, so we collect it.
Yes, we literally may collect it. That's apparently Rodin.
I hadn't seen Rodin's scent anywhere but his work. I don't think the...
Okay, can we compare that to the blues that we have? Which wouldn't make sense for them to be the same because then they'd get...
Yeah.
Both scent. Both...
Yeah, no.
Lohi, no.
They're human. Hello, Lohi. Unless you can think of anything else to do here, I think we're done.
Nope. Think we're done.
Bandages. Why would we want bandages?
Who knows?
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop.
Ooh, I didn't think there'd be a
The
second.
plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's
My bad.
workshop. Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about them. Examining the indents left in the dried plaster, it looked as if there had been a face under the bandages. All I knew about the statue...
Well, could you stop by the pub?
You wanted to ask about the merchant to the
Yeah.
half-elf?
Yeah. Since
Who's
we're out and about.
who's helpful to other people but not us?
My usual, please. Luton. You're... What? Is my tie not done up straight? Is there an unfortunate mark on my nose? I heard you were dead. Perhaps I am. Get me a stiff drink. How about a whiskey? Don't you want something with it? All right, put another whiskey in there. Drinking like that'll kill you. I'm dead already. You didn't come back here to drink, did you?
Shoot the shit?
How's business been?
Maybe he likes us more now that we're
Sapphire's
dead.
missed several days. I don't think she's coming back. You could be right. So this is the small talk to win me over before you start grilling me again, is it? You may be onto something there.
I know,
I hope
he
you know you're not
knows.
making any friends here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you want... merchant murder.
I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it? All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
And yet it gives us a place?
Ooh. Well, I'll take a place.
Hmm. What do you think about Carlotta being a werewolf?
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes
couldn't
any sense.
exactly-
Yeah.
Do you know anything about Reagan's...
Don't even know who he is.
Do you know any... Leave me alone. This is...
Species
Do
harassment.
you know... I know what...
What about the clerk?
You wouldn't happen to... No one else... except the commander of the watch.
There we go. The commander of the watch might know something, he says.
Asked Commander Vimes to come and speak to him about it sometime soon. Hadn't he already gone to see him? Hey, what do I know? I'm just a bartender with big ears. Perhaps he just wants an update on the case. Whatever.
Hint, hint, hint.
I decided not to...
No,
It was probably bad enough to...
no, not allowed to talk about the poison guy, and we'd already talked about that. We've got our bookmark, which might let us go to the guild.
Thus,
Come on, let me out. Yep, let's just go to the Merchants Guild. Do you have to go
Yay.
complete a quest for our ex before we're let in?
the Merchants Guild was the youngest of the Ankh-Morpork guilds, founded in self-defense by the city's traders and shopkeepers, when they realized their role in the grand scheme of things was to be robbed. Robbing fat merchants, it seemed, was a perfectly socially acceptable, even heroic thing to do. Consequently, they weren't the friendliest of guilds either. I wasn't holding out much hope that they'd help me. Evening.
Usually is when the sun sets.
Is everyone in this city a smart aleck?
Who's he?
He used to be a regular at the Mended Drum. He made a reputation as a know-it-all.
Used to be?
The Mended Drum is a bad place to use the phrase, no,
Where did they find his body?
The shades. And the diesel gate. His kidney down a well in Dolly's sister's, I think. Bits of his innards all over the place. Sounds like he had a lot of guts.
Har har. Shoot the shit. Been punished for not doing that before.
So how did you end up working on the door?
Who? There's only so many good positions to go around.
I take it this isn't one of them.
Oh, it's not that bad. I get to hear all the interesting news with this job.
And has anything interesting happened recently?
Oh, yes.
Such as?
We got a new kettle. Much nicer than the one with the leak that we used to use.
You boiled
What a
water
tease.
in a kettle with a hole?
Well, we made a lot of steam anyway. It wouldn't stay in the cups, though.
And that's the most exciting thing that's happened here.
Oh, exciting. If you want exciting, you should see the new colour scheme in the coin shaving room.
Come
The
on.
coin shaving
Someone was
room.
murdered. Wasn't that exciting?
Oh, sure.
Why didn't you mention that?
A guild policy. We're not to discuss
The incident.
with outsiders.
Coin shaving?
What's all this about coin shaving?
You haven't heard of coin shaving?
No. I didn't even know they grew hair.
Ba-dum-bum.
You take a coin and you carefully shave off some of the gold, which you can then melt down and sell. Easy money.
I think I see a problem with that.
Yeah?
Well, I didn't think there was any gold in Ankh-Morpork dollars.
Well, there isn't. Not anymore. We kind of shaved them too much.
So what do you use the coin shaving room for?
We keep the kettle there. It sets off the new decor superbly.
That's why you redecorated it?
No. We used to keep the old kettle there, only all the wallpaper fell down.
From the steam. Because it had a hole in it. Oh, it all makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. Why is it guild policy not to discuss the murder?
Well, as you probably know, we formed the guild to stop the dreadful habit of visiting heroes robbing all the fat merchants.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ah, yonder lies a fat merchant, they cry, using that special landlord a flagon of your finest ale hero talk. Let us relieve him of some of his ill-gotten gains. Pon my scalliard. Next thing you know, they've robbed you blind. That's the thanks you get for years of service.
Years of service carefully mixing sand in the sugar and switching the number plates of the donkey carts.
Hey, that's a very stilted view. What about all the other top-quality bargains we offer?
Ah, yes. All those once-in-a-lifetime
Never
never
to be
to be
repeated.
repeated, absolutely didn't fall off the back of a cart offers.
Exactly. Plus, we keep the economy of the city running.
By giving small sums to the less smelly beggars?
Annually, yes.
You were telling me about guild policy.
Ah, yes. Anyway, it was decided that it would be the Merchants Guild's policy to fully further the aims of its members, advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork, and beat 7 kinds of hell out of anyone with a leather loincloth.
Advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
Are you saying you don't like Ankh-Morpork?
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
It's just not
I
charming.
heard what you guys did to Castroaster.
Mm-hmm.
Damn straight. He got tired real quick.
This doesn't explain why you can't discuss the murder with me.
Well, the Merchants Guild is supposed to be the shining beacon that shows the rest of the world how unsurpassably wonderful Ankh-Morpork is.
By robbing them blind?
Oi! Watch it.
Sorry. Continue.
Anyway, the point is, it's bad publicity if we're seen to have a murder in our ranks.
Couldn't you sell it as a tourist attraction?
What?
You know, come to Ankh-Morpork, site of the infamous counterweight killings.
Show some respect. A merchant lies dead, struck down in his prime.
So do half a dozen other people.
True.
But they weren't merchants. What charms does the city
So how
have?
exactly do you go about advertising the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
We pursue those misguided people who publicly fail to recognize the many attractive points of this fine city.
Pursue?
Yes, We hire large gangs of men with ears like fists and fists like walnuts to point out that Ankh-Morpork is in fact a marvellously clean and decent city in which to live. A process whose ongoing nature might be swiftly curtailed if they don't shut up right now.
I suspect they see sense.
Oh yes, even if their eyes are a bit swollen.
Okay, he can't talk to us about the merchant. Can he talk to us about anything else? Would it make sense to ask him about anything else?
Have you heard about the counterweight killings?
Who hasn't? It's the talk of the town. A gruesome serial killer in our own backyard.
Ankh-Morpork, where major political events are never talked about, but grisly murders are discussed over the dinner table.
Hey, if it isn't local news, I'm not interested.
Oh, of course. 10,000 killed in a pogrom in Omnia is irrelevant. But Ankh-Morpork man stubs toe on the Magdalen Bridge. Oh, that's news.
Someone stubbed their toe
Yeah.
on the Magdalen Bridge?
Never mind.
Anything you want to ask them?
No, it was mainly just a merchant murder, and we've done that completely, so...
He hasn't let us in, though.
That's true. I guess the only other thing I can think of is the pointy boots.
The jewel. I hear up at the Unseen Universe.
Yes.
He
I've
does
heard
know
of
about the
that.
boots.
Really?
Yes. They asked no questions about how a wizard's shoes were emptied.
Operate the same policy here, do you?
What? Hey, what are you implying?
Well, you know. Here you are, stuck on the door. Then a merchant gets killed, leaving a vacancy in the hierarchy.
I did not kill Gaming.
But there aren't any witnesses to that, are there?
There aren't any witnesses at all. He was alone in the guild house when... Oops.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the information.
Wait. Don't tell anyone I said anything. They'll lynch me.
I'll keep quiet if you tell me
Yeah.
everything you know.
No. I've already said too much.
Well, it was good while it
We
lasted.
almost
Now
bamboozled him
all I
into
had to
more.
find out was how Gaiman had been killed. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to learn that here.
And the game even says, go somewhere else. You've pumped this well dry.
Is that enough to trip that up, though, that we know something?
I think we would need a full talking point, and it doesn't seem to have become a talking point.
It didn't?
No, I don't think it has. Nobby is back.
Back behind...
Hello.
What do you make of these plaster bandages?
Do these mean anything to you?
Well, it could be the work of a plaster surgeon.
A plaster surgeon?
Yeah, they're cosmetic surgeons for trolls. Some troll's on the run, wants to change his face. Well, he goes to a plaster surgeon. The Watch would like to get their hands on any plaster surgeons working in Ankh-Morpork, I can tell you.
Don't you want to know where I got them?
They're just some plaster-soaked bandages. Why would I be interested?
Nobby, do you ever actually do any detective work?
Well, I'm only a corporal.
I'm beginning to understand how detritus got to be sergeant.
What do you make of the pendant?
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Well, at least he's quick about it.
I found out about the murder at the university.
Really?
His name was Matham, and they found him poisoned
Morning,
in the
sir.
Widdershin's wing. Tell Vimes.
Solar.
Mr. Vimes.
Believe it or not, I want to get to the bottom of this case as much as he does.
I don't think anyone could want to get to the bottom of a case more than Mr. Vimes.
These are interesting times.
Can we reveal?
What about this merchant that you said was murdered?
I can't discuss that with you.
Well, you must be able to tell me something.
Nope.
The guilds like to keep these disputes to themselves. You know what I mean? You'll have to talk to the Merchants Guild.
We have, and it didn't give us a thing, but that looks like it gave us another way of getting to the Merchants Guild if we hadn't gotten it from the bartender.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the murder of one of the patrician's clerks before.
Yeah,
What can you tell me about that?
that he's dead.
That's all your in-depth inquiries turned up?
Not as easy as that, you know, making sure someone's really dead. He might have just been playing dead. Anyway, he was killed in the palace.
You must know more than that. Or is it that you can't tell me about it?
If you want to know more, you'll have to find out yourself. Sorry.
Never would have guessed it, Nobby.
Okay. Unless you have anything you want to... I suppose you can ask about the boots.
No,
Have
I
you ever
can't think
heard
of
Dead
anything.
Men's pointy boots.
No. What is it?
Something they mentioned at the
So is it a new place, or is it just another way of visiting the guild?
Probably just another way.
I don't think I see anything else new on the screen.
Ui.
No. Nothing else
So
new.
do we go ask our ex-girlfriend about the pendant?
So where is she? Her boyfriend's in the Leonardo da Vinci thing, but where's she?
Wasn't she also there?
Maybe. Did I do all the murders? No, 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 no. 0 murders. It's not a robot that's petting a cat. Please?
It always looked much easier in the clickies.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like Lady is here.
Two Conkers was Ilsa's companion, an Agatean with a He was also Ilsa's husband.
Introduce, see if
What
he's
is
got
that thing you're working on?
something other than the flappy machine.
Flapping wing.
Nope.
I had put it to one side. It occurred to me.
Nope. That's all the same.
If we can to be...
What problems, and then that it needs lots
What?
of power.
But two conk.
If weight is a
The patrician said he would be most interested in the device if it could be used to fly 2 people. Well,
Etc., etc. The patrician might use it to get away
Well, this
in
is...
the event that he's attacked. So you want to ask about...
I want to identify the pendant if they can.
Okay.
They're intellectuals.
Sure.
Well
Even if you
traveled.
recognize this, is of much familiarness. From where? Near Sort being. Somewhere near. Ha! Yesness. Seal on temple in Alkali. It's the seal on the doors of a temple?
May I see?
Sure. Why not?
Ah, yes, I recognize that. That's from the temple with the intricate door locking mechanism, isn't it? Quite a marvel of technology for the era it was built, those doors. I was very impressed with them. Now, what was the name of the god it was dedicated to? I can't quite remember.
I know.
Anu.
I am sure you do, but give me a moment and it'll come to me.
He's been indoctrinated.
He meant it's from the temple of Anu Anu.
Ah, yes. I remember. The temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. A lovely building.
And this is a replica of the seal.
Which means we might have to give it to the crazy man.
Replica of most exactitude.
As he is...
But now
That might be helpful to know.
we also have more to look up in the library.
Maybe?
We have more information
What's the
about
new
it.
talking point? Temple of Anu Anu.
Two conkers had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the temple of Anu Anu in the city of Alkali.
I mean, how could we not go talk to Mooncalf after that?
True.
Yeah, the girlfriend here kind of looks disappeared. It's not in either of those screens. Boop, boop. So, gods, Mooncalf, see if he knows about this pendant to Anu Anu.
Sounds solid.
Okay. Do we ask the crazy guy first?
Nah.
But don't you want to know his dialogue?
Not as much as you do.
Do you recognize the...
It is an ambiguous Puzuma talisman.
What does it do?
It keeps away ambiguous Puzumas.
Does it work?
Do you see any?
I don't see any
Yeah.
Puzumas around here, do you?
Huh, I walked right into that, didn't I?
Let me out. Please? No, out is down. Fair enough. And then Mooncalf. Okay.
I have some more...
Ask.
What do you think of this pendant?
Does this pendant mean anything to you?
It is interesting, isn't it? I don't suppose you could be persuaded to donate it to the Count of Anu Anu.
I doubt it.
A shame. That would probably be worth 20% of your recommended daily intake of salvation.
20% of your daily... It's the special K of daily salvation. Okay, no, then I reckon your library idea is as good as anything. Given that
But you could ask him about the temple.
Okay. Given that we don't
That
have
was a talking
access
point.
to Lara Croft.
Just to exhaust
Indeed,
our
one of the finest temples on the
abilities
Disc.
here.
Then why are you here? Why not worship in your own temple in Al-Kali?
Revengealism.
What's that?
It's where you go out into the community to attempt to convert people to your faith by threatening that something terrible will happen to them if they don't.
Mooncalf wasn't telling me something, but I didn't know what. Logical, I suppose, but unsatisfying.
So he's not there because he's here to spread the faith.
Mm-hmm.
Library. Library about the temple. I'm here to see the library. Index cards use with talking point of Temple of Anu Anu.
Mm-hmm.
There was a book
Well,
in the
he's going to
library
find
called
something.
Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Kali. But when I turned to the page on the door mechanism,
Someone had torn it out.
I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other libraries in Ankh-Morpork that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
Does it give me a location? Or a talking point? It does not appear to have done either.
Boo.
How troubling.
Do we have anything new to talk about that with?
See?
Can I?
Okay.
Still.
So you want ask him about the temple, perhaps?
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I cannot help you with that.
No.
I still refuse to talk about the murders.
Swords?
I've seen a couple in my time.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know. If you've seen one golden sword,
You've seen them all? So, unless the jewel counts as slightly different.
Do you know anything about jewels?
Jewels? Shiny. Not much use for anything except looking pretty.
Count von Uberwald?
Has it turned cold again? I can't tell.
There's life in the old Count yet.
There will be. Right up until the end.
What about you?
I'll be there.
No, I mean, do you know anything about jewels?
I once had to acquire a diamond for a friend.
Where did you find it?
In a temple. They thought it was the tear of a god.
Was it?
No. Gods never weep. Sometimes the imagination of mankind astonishes me.
You don't know anything about gold-plated jewels?
Sorry, no.
Okay. And you wanted the murders again with... I mean, it doesn't feel like these are different than before.
Can you tell?
It
I
doesn't.
already told you that I could not discuss...
Yeah, can't.
According to the gatekeeper at the Merchants Guild, nobody witnessed...
Okay, so this
Galen's
counts as a
stabbing.
different bit of text now.
Gaiman wasn't stabbed.
Really? How did he die?
He was strangled.
Thanks.
Blast. I didn't see that one coming.
Okay. And the clerk's murder?
Is there anything you'd like to tell?
Only that he was a lot less...
Yeah, no. Okay, so we know that...
Okay, so we managed to trip him up on one of them.
Yes. That they were strangled, which presumably we might be able to further trip up the doorman about?
Oh, possibly, yes.
Maybe, maybe, maybe. Hello again. I have more questions here. He was strangled.
Well, it seems that Galen...
How did you find...
A little anthropomorphic personification told me. Okay.
Little
so
birdie
it was
told me.
risky flaunting my discovery over such an easily offended guild. But how often did you get to consult death on a murder investigation? I'd earned the right to gloat.
No. Alas, no. I don't think it's going to be anything else here. Could maybe see if they know the pendant.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I'm out of ideas for that. We're supposed to meet Carl Lauder at the cafe, but that's later, and I don't know when later is.
Well, I wanted to talk to the vampire about our possible changes anyway. We could also see if the wine cellar has anything in it.
Oh, we could also check this place for smell-o-vision.
Now that it's a new act, we could.
Turning into a wolf wasn't...
Not allowed. What about in here? Come on. Move into the center of the room. I don't want to. We are allowed to doggo vision in here. Oh, we're in frames per second territory. No, seconds per frame. Sorry, other way around. Maroon.
Although superficially similar, there was no mistaking them.
No.
Oh, so that would match the wine barrels.
Fuchsia.
It smelled exactly the same. There was a lingering...
Then can I not say that this is...
I was sure it was...
Is it labeled now? No, it's still called fuchsia. Hailworm. So sorry, not Worm is supposed to be our ex-girlfriend. Fuchsia
Good morning, Brum.
is our ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. Can we look at fuchsia in, like, we only try to compare it?
Can we look at it in the real world?
Yeah, in real world.
There was a link. It was too scattered for me to remember it.
Hmm.
No, we can't follow it. Nor can we follow the red
Ooh.
mist.
The scent was very weak, and there was some faint...
Nor the blues.
Well, gather whatever we can.
Try and rub the blue on the blue.
The scent was
I think that's
There was
two
some
conkers, so I don't think we smelled him anywhere.
No, he's sort of doesn't really do much, does he? Rodan and Mundy. Well, start at the start.
We collect any of the new scent. That usually also helps us, because we can't collect them if we already have it.
The scent was extremely weak. There was some...
I don't think so, but we'll try the other two. Nope. And no, I can't collect either of them.
Okay, and not the blue one either? Because you were holding something when you clicked it.
The scent was very weak, and I didn't think...
No, it's too weak.
There was
Okay.
some faint...
Can't you see
Oh, well.
can't you see the smell is reading?
Hmm.
So unless you have anything else here, I think we go to speak to...
No. Not unless there's something as human that we can pick up.
No, I don't think so. Can pixel hunt a bit again.
Most of the wine barrels in the cup...
I didn't need a wine barrel. Yeah.
The trap...
Okay, and then inside the cafe, we talk to the... to the vampire.
You wanted to see me.
I tried to reach you at the mansion, but you're never around when I need
Okay,
you.
it's
You
triggered.
never need me when I'm around.
A funny thing happened to me the other day.
You arranged all this just to tell me an anecdote?
It's a funny little story. I think you'll like it.
I'm listening.
The other night, someone stuck a sword through my ribs.
Ah, it must have been someone who knew you well.
The thing is, not long afterwards, I was in my coffin thinking about it when I realized I wasn't dead.
That was lucky.
Luck was not a factor. Why did you do it, Carlotta?
Do what?
Make me a werewolf.
If I hadn't, you'd be dead. Would you prefer that?
That's not the point, and you know it. You did something to me that was going to change who I was for the rest of my life. And you didn't even tell me.
I didn't think you'd understand. Besides, it wasn't as if I planned it.
Are you telling me you turned me into a werewolf by accident?
How long have you been a werewolf now?
Not long.
Have you felt what it's like? That force that pulls on you, that draws your attention to every jugular, pulsing life. Irrepressible call of fresh blood. A sudden attention to the phases of the moon?
I have to fight to keep control.
We all do. Coming to a city of 1 million people, it's like a starving monkey wandering into a banana plantation. You learn to live with it.
And you decided to infect me with lycanthropy?
Infect is such a negative word. I prefer blessed.
You think this is a gift?
Of course it's a gift. It's the greatest gift I could give to someone. And I chose you.
Why?
You're a smart man, Luton. Figure it out.
Ooh. There's nothing to talk to her there about. We can't introduce. We can present her with the pendant.
You recognize this?
No, I have never seen it before.
Alas, no. What about the bandages?
Do these bandits...
I'm sure you can
No. So back out. What do you know about the strangling?
What do you know about...
Sorry, I'm not
Nothing.
an expert.
What about the poisoned guy?
Can you...
No,
No. What about the clerk?
Do you know...
I don't.
No. What about the general killings?
What do you
Nothing.
I swear all the time.
And also no. What about the dead men's pointy boots?
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I'm sure you can.
Nope. And what about the temple?
Have you heard...
I'm sure you can.
Nope. So she's not really very helpful.
That's unfortunate.
What about
I was
the
kind of
thing
hoping
that
for more
attacked
from
me?
her.
Have you seen anything strange around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that Malachite was killed by something bestial.
A werewolf?
I don't think so. Whatever, it was vicious.
You don't think werewolves are vicious? You should hear my aunts talk about me behind my back.
I think whatever this thing is, it's more powerful than just a werewolf.
But nope. I thought it would be like, admit that you were the one that did it.
So, how many people have you
Well,
killed?
there's a werewolf?
I'm not that kind of a werewolf.
I suspected you were a killer even when you were just a woman. Now, I'm certain of it.
I was never just a woman.
Good on you,
expect
girl.
me to believe you've never killed anyone?
I have a lot of self-control.
It didn't seem that way when we kissed.
Don't mistake passion for a lack of self-control.
Do all werewolves see the world the same?
Everyone sees the world differently, Luton. That's what life is all about.
I meant the colors. Do you see the same colors I do?
What color is the smell of the river Ankh? to
Green.
you?
A kind of cacophonous bright green.
I guess we do then.
Whoever killed me had a distinctive magenta scent. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Doesn't ring any bells.
There was something else about it. Like a kind of fluorescent sparkle.
Like a greenish yellow-purple?
That's the one.
That's octarine.
Octarine. Sounds like a type of fruit.
It's the 8th color of the spectrum.
8th?
The basic color of which other colors are merely pale shadows impinging on conventional reality. The color of magic.
Conventional reality?
Or what passes for conventional on the Discworld.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
So what smells of octarine?
Anything magical.
Then how come I've never seen it before? There must be 100 magical things in the city. Unseen University should glow like a sparkler.
Mortals can't see it, only wizards. Although we can smell it, of course.
That doesn't explain why Unseen University doesn't reek of it.
Well, it fades quickly in sunlight, and in extreme cases, walks away.
Right.
I'm not so...
You don't seem...
Everybody...
Blah, blah, blah.
What?
Your
No point.
boss's,
Where were you when Reagan
uncle's
was
favorite
killed?
person is
When
dead.
was...
Shortly after dropping you off at the Temple of Small...
Well,
The end. So she wasn't actually useful to talk to. Like, none of our things seem to have progressed any.
You tried all the murder cases.
Yeah.
Wasn't one we missed.
I told...
I was at...
Sir,
I have...
I bet I... Why don't you...
I wouldn't be allowed to bring an...
How do you know?
I doubt you...
A man... Don't you have a recruitment policy?
I'd rather not talk. It's such a controversial.
It is.
Where were you when...
When was...
We did that
Where were-
one.
When?
The
You know why it was
Can you
hung
think-
upside down?
No? Why
Well, I did. I thought...
Oh.
Did you kill Mundy?
Oh, did Carlotta kill Mundy?
What do you think I am, Luton?
It's got nothing to do with what I think of you, Carlotta. But the Watch are investigating, and if they find out about your connection with Mundy, you're bound to be a suspect.
So why are you asking me if I did it?
Let's just call it professional curiosity.
If I had done it, would you turn me in?
That depends
On what?
on why you did it.
You don't strike me as a moralist, Luton.
I'm a simple man, Carlotta. I have simple ideas of what's right and what's wrong. The trouble is, things are seldom that simple. It's always somewhere in the middle ground. I try not to jump to conclusions. In my line of work, that can get you killed.
That must be a tremendous incentive to think everything through.
I do my best. You still haven't answered my question.
I didn't kill him, Luton, if that's what you really want to know.
Do you have an alibi? I told her when the murder took place and asked her if she had an alibi. I wasn't surprised when she did. Frankly, I reckon I could have said any day and any time, and she'd have had an alibi. She was that kind of woman.
There are witnesses who can corroborate where I was.
And where were you?
I was in the Temple of Small Gods.
Spend a lot of time on your knees, do you, sister?
We all need a little absolution.
For your sins?
Everything I do is a sin in someone's eyes.
But it doesn't seem to have given us a talking point. It does explain why her scent trail led to the temple, though.
Yeah. It does. Do we have anything about the gods there? I don't think we do.
Only maybe the temple of Anu Anu?
Have you heard of the
Oh.
Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I'm sure you can think of
No.
something better.
Golden sword, gold-plated jewel, dead man's 20 boots, all the killings, the bestial attacker, and then we've asked her about everything else.
Okay.
So, now
The same.
would-
you
I don't think we have anything in our inventory.
do you
What?
Nope, nothing new. We asked her
whoever
about the
killed- you
plasters, and
wouldn't
we
know
asked her
anything
about the
that, would you?
beetle
Doesn't ring any
amulet
bell.
thing.
There was, like
Like
Yeah.
that.
sounds
It's the
Con-
or
what?
if
So-
and
So much
that-
talking. Thank you.
where can I find you?
I'll be around.
That's not very helpful.
What can I say? I go where I want to, with anybody I want. I just happen to be that kind of girl.
This isn't over, Carlotta.
I hope not. We don't have to be enemies, Luton.
We'll never be friends.
Let's not fight, Luton. We can work together, recover the sword together.
I don't know who you are anymore.
I'm the same girl I ever was, Luton.
The one that
It's
saved
you
your
that's
life.
changed.
Yeah.
You're telling me.
You know, Luton, you don't have to work with me. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just howl. You know how to howl, don't you, Luton? You just pull your jaws apart and blow.
After Carlotta had left, I sat alone in the cafe, thinking about my problems. As bad as it seemed, my life was still better than it was a few years ago. Back then, I would have sat alone in the cafe,
Drinking through my problems instead of thinking. Alright. Hello again, vampire friend.
Mr.
Do you happen to know this ancient
Does
pendant?
this mean anything to you?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Luton.
Yeah, we're doing alright, Taciturn. We had some trouble getting our head around how the Smello system worked. But now we seem to have a reasonable handle on that.
Some missed.
And now that we have more information about these murders, can we pump you for slightly more?
I didn't want to...
No.
I didn't want...
No.
Have you heard about the murder of...
Sure, I was interviewed by the watch about
Oh,
it.
here we go.
You? Why?
He was the clerk in charge of the palace stores. He was the one who bought the wine for the palace.
Really? So do you know anything about the murder?
No, sorry.
Oh,
There
because
should be someone
The
here.
wine
Oh,
gets
it
delivered to
makes
both
sense.
Left the
places.
next
Yeah.
shipment. You could ask
no,
them.
no.
I guess I could. But I doubt they'd tell me anything.
Because the murderer was hidden in a wine barrel. That wine barrel came from here.
Have those people from the palace been here to...
Not yet.
Okay, so maybe we can follow the wine smell?
Maybe. Or maybe we have to go... Could we use the crowbar on the wine barrel?
Oh, you think that gets us inside the... Could do. If it worked for the killer.
Yeah.
Although that would be very poor form on the guards. Like... They've literally just had a murder from someone hiding in the wine barrels.
I may be underestimating the intelligence of the guards a bit.
Okay, first let's see if we can follow the smell.
The predominant...
No.
The predominant smell in the cellar...
No. Okay. No smell-o-vision, please. Instead, we're going to try and go... Crowbar
Although, I guess if...
on barrel. I thought we might have to do it on the outside barrels, but it's this one.
I had a long wait, but it paid off.
They're really negligent.
Ooh.
Also, don't we now smell horribly of wine?
I mean, it's not that much different from the whiskey smell.
Speaking of, smell-o-vision.
Yeah, I was pixel hunting first.
Yeah.
There's some barrels.
The wine barrels had a... It didn't speak too highly of the palace's security, but...
Yup. And there's some boxes.
The storeroom was filled with...
Really doesn't speak highly of the security.
Had to eat every... I couldn't think of...
Nope, not allowed. Nope, doesn't look like anything. None of the barrels. So, short, smell-o-vision. There is some purple.
It's more than just that, I think.
And there's a little bit of red from the barrel.
Yeah. Faint red mist from barrels.
Traces of magenta.
That's what we want. If you
sure?
just click the traces of magenta...
Oh, you don't want to match...
I just wanted to see what it said about it first, but...
Carlotta and serial killer.
It was the same scent as my killer's.
There we go. Put it back in the... here. Both of them, thank you. And now what? You want to try and follow or you use smell?
Mm-hmm.
The magenta scent was too faint for me to... My killer.
My killer had been here, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In that case, we can leave the room.
No smell-o-vision. And you know what? I reckon we've done enough that we should deserve a save.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I would very much dislike losing all of what we've done so far.
Come on. Save.
You're not allowed to save, apparently.
No, it says press cross, but it actually means press square.
Hmm.
Okay. The Patrician's Hallway says... There is almost nothing here. There's us. There's one door. There's another door there. This side's doors don't count. Okay. And do you want to see if we can smell a vision?
Mm-hmm.
Trail of Navy scent. Door. Can I follow the Navy scent?
The only noticeable scent in the hallway was someone's trail which led to the double doors.
No, I can't. I can only look at it. I can't pick up or interact with.
I guess they'd... Locked. I guess they did.
Wait, what?
I thought I could make out voices.
Really? Oh, we can go around the corner. Well, we were told that it leads to double doors, and here's double doors.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they...
No, I don't see anything else as interactable. We could smell-o-vision again. Even if it's like 99% chance of being those double doors. Yep, it leads to the double doors. Big surprise.
The only...
But the smell.
Alright. What's in there?
I could hear a conversation on the other side of the door, but
Well then,
the double doors were more stately than the... I reckon that it led to the oblong office,
I want to go in. Use door.
I could hear a
I'm not allowed to. Crowbar the door?
I had a bad feeling that if I used...
But there's nowhere else to go. You'd think that we'd have better hearing while we're in doggo mode too.
Okay. Let's have a second look then. of doggo mode.
The double door. I reckon that it.
And if you
Wolf, my hearing was.
Yeah, we can use.
I could recognize one of the voices as Commander Vimes, and the other voice had the calculating tones of Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork.
Are you any closer to a solution for our mutual problem?
That's a very
No, sir.
curved fangs on those
been-
hippos.
Occupied.
Indeed. And what could occupy you?
There was a string of copycat killings. I've been trying to solve them.
And have you?
No. My lead suspect was killed.
That is very unfortunate.
It certainly was for Luton.
So there has been no progress in determining who killed Cypher.
Not as such.
I had been given to understand that this was precisely the situation you were well equipped to handle.
I will solve this case, sir. You can count on me.
Do you recall what I said the city reminds me of?
You said it reminds you of a clock, sir.
Indeed. Big wheels and little wheels, all turning at different speeds to keep the machine working. That, after all, is the most important thing.
If one of the wheels isn't
The
working,
machine keeps going.
You've told me this before.
Do you know why it keeps working?
Because you want it to keep working?
I'm flattered that you think I have such importance. But no. It keeps running because the people believe it will keep running. Faith is a powerful force.
There is a point to this, sir?
I always have a point. Sometimes it's sharper than others.
I'm sorry. Continue.
One of my clerks has been found face down in a vat of wine, and that makes it appear as if the administration has lost control.
And the administration is me, right?
We are all the administration. You do the work, and I take both the credit and the blame. Provided I do not take the blame, I am content. I trust I make myself clear.
Perfectly.
Suddenly I could smell blood. It filled up my senses like a night in a forest. Except a night in a forest didn't make me want to tear someone's throat out. I didn't know whether the guard had cut himself or if I was just developing a healthy bloodlust.
like any young werewolf.
But I couldn't control myself. The next thing I knew, I was in my office. I had no idea how I got there, how I got my coat out of the palace, or where I'd got a traffic cone from. It had been that sort of night. I was sitting at my desk, thinking over the case, when there was a knock at the door.
I understand you've been a busy boy, Luton.
It's a busy life when you're a private investigator. Plus, you get to see interesting foreign places and learn a trade.
There was a commotion at the palace last night. Perhaps you know about it?
What goes on at the palace has nothing to do with me.
Indeed it is not. And if for some reason you did take an interest in the palace, I'm sure you would not be so foolish as to be caught breaking into the palace.
Of course not. Think I'm suicidal?
Strange you should say that. I heard
You'd been killed.
I expect you hear a lot of things that aren't true. I bet someone has to explain them to you using very small words.
The thing is, the intruder at the palace appears to have been a werewolf.
There's a lot of that around this time of year, I understand. Must be the moon.
I paid my respects to your grave.
Oh, that was nice of you.
It was empty.
Oh, you know how it is. I get claustrophobic in narrow spaces.
So do werewolves, perhaps?
I wouldn't know about that.
Remember when I said how disappointed I was that I couldn't take you out for free?
Oh, that was a very touching sentiment.
Well, Lord Vetinari has generously offered to pay for the inhumation of last night's intruder.
He has a big heart.
It's a shame no one can find it.
Was there a point to your visit?
I was just passing through. Thought you might benefit from my advice.
How generous of you.
Well, I'll be on my way.
The door's behind you. I can explain how to use it if you want.
Watch your steps, Luton. I will be.
And are there any new items? Also, has the smell changed now that this person has visited us?
Oh, that's interesting. If it has, that would be very interesting.
No. It's still the red, teal, purple, cyan. So the assassin doesn't even leave a smell. He's just that good. We do, however, know that the person drowned in wine.
The only other place that had a wine was the pub, right?
Yes. Yes.
So I doubt the bartender will tell us anything about this.
Sophia drowned in... Oh, Safi. No, it's pronounced Cypher. Cypher drowned in wine. Gammon was strangled. And Matham was poisoned. We can't get into the wizard's tower because the person who's a porter but not called the porter is in the way. There doesn't seem like there's anything else to do at the Merchant Guild because we already tricked the guy into telling us that the person was something, and then we tricked Death into telling us the rest. And finally for this, it was the conversation that we overheard as a werewolf. But there doesn't feel like there's going to be anything else to do in the castle. Like the way that it cutscened us back here. I can't imagine the answer for what we should do next is return to the castle as a werewolf via barrel. Can we report our knowledge to the police? And might somehow he know what the pendant
You could say
is.
this about Nobby. Well, just make it.
Step 1. Do you know about the amulet thing?
No.
Thank you for being nice and upfront about it. Step 2.
I found out about that Clark cipher. He was drowned in a vat of wine.
If If you say so. Lucky for some, eh?
I found out about the dead merchant. His name was Gaiman, and he was strangled.
How did you find that out?
I was told by the Tooth Fairy.
Really? Clever of you to track her down.
Anybody ever told you you're credulous, Snobby?
All right, I know. But I've got some special ointment for it.
I found out about the murder at the university.
Really?
His name was Matham, and they found him poisoned in the Widdershin's wing. Tell Vimes.
Mr. Vimes?
Believe it or not, I want to get to the bottom of this case.
Yeah,
as
we
much
were
as
told
he
to do
does.
this, and this is probably what
I
triggered
don't
the...
think anyone could want to get to the bottom of a case more than Mr. Vimes.
Well, it might not have
These
triggered
are
the
interesting
talk between the
times.
patrician and that and Vimes. That said, I'm not quite sure what threads we have to pull on.
Me neither.
Maybe the casino is open again now?
Good job.
No.
Cedric-
He's out. Horst is out.
Yep.
There's no one in the mausoleum. We're at the casino and it's empty. The rooftop only has the gargoyle.
Mm-hmm.
The bridge literally has no one. We just talked to
Mm-hmm.
Nobby.
Mm-hmm.
There's the library, which didn't have anything on the scarab amulet here. There's
Mm-hmm.
Baron, but the Baron doesn't seem to know anything, and we're already squeezed to death for the information that we think we can get.
No, because we got a new thing now.
We have new... Oh, we do. We know that
The-
Cypher was drowned in a barrel.
Yes.
Yes, that might let us squeeze slightly more out of death. Let's visit Count Von Count. I want to speak about Drowned in Wine.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I already told you that I could not discuss the details of my work with you.
Oh, darn it.
No. So we only get more info about one of the things out of this guy.
Okay.
What
Oh,
if we
no, I
talk
still-
about Carlotta being a werewolf to the butler?
I mean, we can. I don't think he's gonna care.
You don't think he cares about working for a werewolf?
No, he's a good
Carlotta
butler.
is a werewolf.
He would butler regardless.
The young mistress's various shapes are not my
Her shapes are not my concern. Okay. The wizard place...
There's the pub, which we could at least ask about the wine. It's probably not gonna get us anywhere.
So you want to talk about Sophia was drowned in wine, or Cypher was drowned in wine. Time for a friendly chat.
I decided not to bore.
Nope.
It was probably bad of
Okay.
him to have had one in his establishment without...
Not allowed.
Very well.
I should also ask you
And
about
we
the
searched the
thing over here.
magazine. Um,
No, he doesn't know about the pendant either.
you pixel scrubbed Sapphire's room, right?
I think so. Go check.
Because I remember we smelled it. I just don't remember if we also pixel scrubbed.
So, cosmetics.
Sapphire.
Not allowed. Mirror.
The mirror.
That
What?
makes her think she's fancy when she's not. Nope. Move out the way.
Could you just click on the jar, since that was where the smell came from in Wolf Vision?
In wolf vision mode?
Yes.
Sapphire.
Sure. Enter doggo mode.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be a thing.
The cyan stench
Yes.
was coming from a bottle of perfume. You couldn't possibly get mixed
there you
up
recognize
between
this as a
the bright
bottle of
cyan
perfume.
stench and any other smell in existence.
But we
Perhaps
can't
that was
pick
the-
up that bottle of perfume.
We can store it if we didn't already. Yeah, it looks like it's somehow new.
Hmm.
Dark.
Hmm. Oh well.
Yeah, and the other one's sapphire.
Darks. The main smell
Yeah,
in
that's the
it was
dark. And it was a faint trace of apples that we don't know where come from.
The apple is more...
And it still just says cosmetics there and not perfume, even though we now have defined it as a perfume bottle.
Yes. It's this guy. The apple was the elf.
Yeah. No, but I mean after we collected the smell now.
You want me to look at the bottle again?
Just double check it after we collected new evidence. Because it's bothered me. It bothers me that we have something that has been given a separate world and it isn't given the same world in this overlay. No, as human. As a wolf, we have identified that big one is a perfume bottle. There, it changed. I am content. I am content with you, game.
So what is it? Is it a talking point? No, we've stolen the perfume.
obviously a very exclusive Troll perfume. The label says KC2 Potassium Carbide Perfume. The perfume for a Troll or a woman. The perfume smelled foul to me.
But why do we want troll perfume?
Why wouldn't you want troll perfume?
But... like if we were trying to get into the barrel and then we'd found the crowbar, sure. But what possible thing does troll
In a dark-
perfume solve?
I don't know. All I know is that game told me something was a specific thing, and then it didn't want to acknowledge it, and it annoyed me. But now it's acknowledged it, and I'm content.
We can conceivably go here and identify that other smell now.
I-
Mhm.
I...
How do I get into that other screen here? That way?
I think so.
No.
And then one more.
One more from this one?
Couldn't you go one more?
No, I think that's all the same way out.
Okay.
Ooh. Ah, there we go. There's...
That...
Come on, give it back. Hail, Noodleski. What are we stuck on? We've found two things out about 3 murders, but we don't know what is next, Noodleski. And thank you kindly, mate. I hope you're having a lovely start to your weekend.
So you wanted to identify the smell here? That was only the magenta.
But if we're allowed to now...
Mm.
Ha! Because she admitted in the cutscene that she went to the back of here, now we're allowed to associate that smell with her here.
I see.
We weren't allowed to do it before we'd talked to her about it. That's just... How could you know the solution before then?
I could see that...
Isn't this just...
This is the same thing we saw before, though.
But then why did it feel like it was giving us a loading screen?
Because there was a loading screen. But this is not new. We've done this before. Also, by the way, you compared her scent with the window.
Okay, let's try magenta with flashing dots.
Although they were similar.
No. One is much sharper, you say, and then if we try the other one... No, give me my list of smells back. This one.
I was sure. The trail... Then I lost it.
And that's it.
What's currently in our inventory, by the way? Is there anything smelly in our inventory?
Is there anything smelly? The perfume.
Okay. The bandages? Could we potentially smell the bandages?
Don't think it works like that.
I don't think so either, but this game has confused me so many times with how it works, so...
I'd found the... Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plastic.
Okay.
Alright, and...
Good.
Examining the...
No, same. Precisely the same as before.
And we have our envelope, and we don't have anything else there, so...
And there's still... God, it is so much smoother once you go out of moon smell.
So do you want to try to go and talk to Mooncuff again, since Carlotta has admitted to
she
being
was
there?
here? Maybe.
Like he should know her then.
Please. Yes. And then this. And then the front side of the temple. But is there a most cookies had Noodleski? The most important metric. Okay, have you seen her?
I need you.
I mean, technically we can ask about
What
this.
do you know about the murder?
He wasn't killed. He's been smuggled out of our...
No, that's the same thing. Good. Yeah, that one sounds like a genuine answer.
What?
And that one.
I heard.
That's right.
And that's still the same. I don't think there's anything else. Unless we ask him about the temple.
Have you?
So, interested in comparative religion? Or perhaps you're...
Given their propensity to smash open sacred monuments, loot them of everything of value, and generally desecrate sacred places everywhere,
archaeologists are about as popular as atheists.
As atheists. Mind you, in a world where gods are bad-tempered and damn good shots with a lightning bolt, nobody likes an atheist either.
Alas, no. Although that was pretty good little bit of extra content to get. I don't think it's going to be anything else, unless we're confronting that Carlotta is a werewolf.
Turns out that...
Really? I'll have to work out how that changes the web of the conspiracy. Mumble, mumble.
I'm surprised we were allowed to talk about that, because we haven't been allowed to talk about it.
Move that chain of command here. Mumble, 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 mumble. Carry the one. Mumble, 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 mumble. Mumble, 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 mumble.
Well...
this
could take a couple of days.
Listen. Bear with me.
Forget.
Okay. Nope. Nope. It's out. I said out. No, he literally says mumble, 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 mumble.
Religious
Yeah, that's all the same. Just trying to check if anything else had changed over here, but it doesn't look like it has. Mooncalf.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
I'm not sure if the Salmon Maxes are actually on our list, Noodleski.
Did your
They
church
should be.
What's the...
Blah, blah, blah,
I've
yeah.
played all of the Salmon Max, so...
Well...
Okay.
No, how...
It fit.
No, and then pizza, yeah. That's all the same. The Eternal Seers, but they've gone away lately.
After the deaths of some 20...
So is...
And then they added a bay leaf to the recipe.
Because it is clear that world creation...
How does the creator
is content to be known as the one who invented pizza. Okay, what do you know about her being a werewolf?
I couldn't
No. Which is the most sensible thing to mention there. I haven't, Noodleski. But it wouldn't be part of Senior Detectives. I haven't played the newer Sam and Maxes, the 3D ones.
I asked Mooncalf where he was.
Could you just ask about the poisoning and everything?
I asked
Yep.
Mooncalf.
And it's the same thing.
Okay.
He's having a sermon, he's having a sermon, he's having a sermon.
Have you heard about I was most religious fanatics would have turned the counterweight killing. Mooncalf's silence spoke. Not. It wouldn't be much of a silence if it spoke. I imagine silences get kicked out of school for that sort of thing. The point was, there was something.
Yeah, it's hinting there's something.
Yeah. Do
But
we have anything in our inventory that we can ask him about?
we've tried the temple, I
I
thought.
understand.
Indeed.
Then why not?
I'm here because I
What?
want to spread the faith.
Yeah.
That's the same.
Logic.
We could try the bestial attacks.
I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but
The
the time when the creatures from the dungeon... Well, the legends are as unreliable on this as they are on most things, hence the name. It's not too late to repent.
Repent now and join the ranks of the faithful.
I'll.
Okay, no. And Miss Morrigan Nightshade Noodleski, who is here for all of our Senior Detectives things.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we're on
Hello.
her channel instead of hosting here. We take turns. All of the nonograms were over there. I feel like I remember you being there for some of the nonograms, Noodleski. We can ask about the perfume.
What do you make of this perfume?
That's new.
That's new.
I prefer to involve myself with more spiritual matters.
No. What about the
Do
bandages?
these bandages mean anything to you?
I prefer to...
Spiritual matters. Spiritual matters.
Does this
It is interesting.
How about a crowbar?
Persuaded to donate it to...
With this
No, you
empty
can't
envelope.
convert him.
That
What about the crowbar? Sure.
tempting as it was, I decided not to start.
It's
No.
just I'm grasping at straws here.
No, so am I. But we haven't actually also asked the other person about the
Wait, what's... do we have more if you go up on the inventory?
No.
Okay. It just looked like it was
Oh,
at the bottom.
The coin and the grapple and the money, but we've asked him
Okay.
about those things as well.
Very well.
We can double check them, but yeah. They are ancient items by now. Yeah. Coin.
And I'm
I
too
had a-
loud. That's fine.
No,
we can
not
adjust
allowed.
that.
I don't want to give the grappling hook
I
away,
suppressed. I was broke.
and I wasn't going to beg for money. Oof. Doo-doo-doo.
If we do small talk, there's nothing new there, right?
Done. Sure, we can do small talk.
So here I am. Why should I?
And that's the same thing as always.
Because Anu
Anu,
Okay.
god of thumbs, etc.,
Such a-
etc.
never really
There
thought
There we
about
go,
it.
there's the bit about thumbs.
Anything.
Join
If you
the-
join now, you get
Really?
$90 of
Thanks,
value
but-
for free.
Did your church?
No, that's the same.
Like-
And then the pizza thing.
How?
And what if we ask about Anu
So what
again?
is?
Anu
Same as before.
So
Judgment Day.
you keep mentioning what?
Mark Dark only
Darkness. How
by the
it?
Repent now or the end. Okay. So who else would it make sense to potentially ask about perfume?
Hmm.
Well, for the god of thumbs, it might be. All the unworthy are left without thumbs, and the worthy ascend into heaven, where they are granted even more thumbs. Hello, I would like to talk to you about the wonders of perfume.
What do you make?
Ah, KC2. The perfume that unsuspecting trolls become addicted to, selling all their possessions just to get another hit of its sweet fragrance.
Really?
Sweet fragrance? You've never smelled this stuff, have you?
Okay, he's given out a bullshit answer. Now, who else would know anything about perfume? Our ex, but we haven't found our ex.
No, we haven't found her at all. She's completely missing.
The merchant might know where to get.
The merchant.
Yeah, there are
Is
trolls,
Hope-
Littlesky.
Is the big troll back?
No, Big Troll is not back in the artist's building. We've been there, and the
Mind
only
if I
thing that
ask
was
some
there was the
questions?
bandages.
No. Horst. Isn't Horst a troll?
Ah, yes,
What do
he
you
is.
make
He's.
of this
It says he's
perfume?
out.
I don't know anything.
Okay, this person doesn't know about the perfume. And the bandages? No. And the pendant?
I don't know.
No. Well, thank you for your time. No, yes, if we try and go to Horst's, it's like he's not there at the moment.
Jasper Horst's private quarters.
Okay, wrong one.
Horst still wasn't back at his quarters.
There we go.
I was beginning to wonder if he was coming back at all.
He's run away with Lara Croft. Or I resemble but am legally distinct from Lara Croft.
The new...
I mean, the university is the thing we haven't been to in the longest.
Sure.
Maybe some of these ladies and peoples know about the perfume. Or it is a school of learning. They might know about the pendant thing. The scarab.
I have Brit. I have.
No. She doesn't have many dialogue lines either.
Murder.
Nope.
Murders.
Nope.
The...
I think you could.
Get back to work. Fair enough. Can we use the perfume to fix the locker with a disturbing aroma? So that we can then open the locker and find something of use inside.
I didn't want...
No. Oh, it was worth thinking of.
What books were in the thingamabobber?
In the Count's library?
No, this locker. It's where you scrolled over it and it said books. I think I saw books. Did I not see books? Imagining? There, books.
I guess the rumors about the students weren't true. They did do some studying. What have we got? Occult primer. Monster fun grimoire.
Monster fun?
Full of myth. The theory of
Uh-huh.
formic imponderability. Lost temples of the great Nev?
Weren't those the same things as on this board, except one of them?
Could be. Could you use the amulet on the book?
I tried to write on
We needed to be in smell mode.
Temple book.
Can you get ready to list the things when they say them here?
Oh, sure. Sure.
I was pretty...
No, we're not allowed to werewolf again.
Oh.
I'm not allowed to... Okay, well... Nah. Blobber score -1. Answer is not compare list on blackboard to books in cupboard and find what's missing.
Could you use the amulet on the temple book somehow?
Okay. Use amulet.
Or pendant. Oh,
Yeah, amulet pendant. I get your meaning. I'm not going to stress.
No, but...
Come on.
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
But it suggests
there was a thing.
It suggests that we could look at other books using the amulet.
You said there was a temple book, damn it.
What a monster full of me. The theory of lost temples,
of the Great Nev. No. There's a locker that smells bad that we refuse to open, Nodilski. And there's a locker that we can't break into unless the perfume is somehow acid-eating. We tried putting the perfume on the stinky locker and it doesn't work. He says I don't want to do that.
I didn't want to put that.
Yeah.
I didn't want...
Yeah. And then there's an unstable locker.
Unlike the other probably one of... As for the unlocker's contents...
Do you reckon that's a different place than that?
Sure.
No. I was thinking that's like an awfully far to the left extent on that door. Like the interaction box on that door, if it extends all the way over here, maybe this is... Maybe that thing is an air vent or something and we go in it?
That would make sense.
But no.
And could you just do me one favor and then I'll leave it? Could you just double pixel scrub the cabinet?
Sure. We already missed the books.
I just want to make absolutely certain that nothing else has appeared there. Sturdy unlocker books. No. It's still the same thing. Darn it.
You were hoping that it would change like the perfume?
Yes.
Understandably.
Because you had identified the books, I was kind of hoping that it would have been a thing there, but oh well. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not.
No. Okay. I thought maybe there was a screen off this way that I'd not noticed, but... No. It was already showing the arrow for as if we were on the next screen.
Still here.
Talk at you for nothing. What do? We look after the students.
Look at
We're like the City Watch. They don't pick fights with us because we beat the shit out of them. Where are all the students? They're off at the bar. Etc, etc. Do you know anything about the pendant? No. Do you know anything about the perfume?
No, I'm just a...
No. And do you know anything about the bandages? No. Do you know anything about the murder now that we know more? Or now that we know more, are you willing to talk about them for no obvious reason? It's not my place to discuss them.
What do you...
Not my place to discuss them.
Who do you think...
And...
They shouldn't be able to... I don't know.
How are we meant to look into who filled his shoes? Like, there's no other wizards that we've seen that we can, like, look at shoes or smell shoes.
You want to go smell shoes?
I mean, if it works... It would be something, but his little hint about find out whose shoes he filled, well, there's been no wizards! There are no wizards in the wizard school!
We only know one wizard, and he's at the casino,
disappeared.
and the casino's closed. Hmm. We could look up troll perfume at the library, I guess.
Yes, we haven't tried the troll perfume at the rich people's library.
It's...
And we haven't showed it to the old man
at this
either.
point.
I would like to see... First, we'll start with the old man. We'll show him the perfume. Blah, 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 blah. Here, pendant.
Hey! Did I play?
Did we
with
just
it as a
never ask
child?
him?
Perhaps.
I don't think we did.
Why is it that I can remember my childhood hundreds of years ago, but I cannot remember what we were talking about?
The pendant. You recognized it.
Because this feels new.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes. I know that pendant from somewhere. Perhaps if you give me time to think about it.
Don't take too long.
Yeah, says the guy with death literally standing over him.
Something?
No, I didn't say anything.
No, please, tell me about it now.
What do you...
I cannot.
Does that mean he knows about
Bandages?
the Temple of Anu Anu for some reason?
Have you...
I thought we asked about that.
No, it counts as talking to death, not talking to the guy.
Okay, what did we...
You wanted to check the library, which we can still do.
Yeah.
Yo, butler. Library. Chop chop.
But sir might damage the books.
If I'm in the library, I'm not dripping water over your wooden floors.
I could...
There's wooden floors in the library, and there are books.
Perfume. Search. Try.
I
I
didn't
don't
really
like
know...
that he's kind of in
No.
the way of it.
He can't.
Okay,
I can't look up that bandages.
I didn't...
No. We'll try the beetle once more.
There were
Once
books
more
on
wanders off.
jewelry, but I could... I did get the idea that the design of the pendant might...
Okay, wait a moment. It could match something else.
What if we try using the library on the coin?
We haven't done that yet.
Whatever the coin was.
No.
Could you run the temple again through the index? Because that's what everyone says that reminds them of, and I would just want to have a brief refresher.
So, the Temple of Anu Anu on library.
Yes.
There was a book in the library called Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Kali. But when
I turned to the page on the door mechanism, it had been torn
it
out.
had been torn out by someone. I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other
The
libraries
Assassin's
in
Guild.
We need-
Ardmore that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
We needed to find that book, and that was what. Oh, why isn't that book in the locker?
You want the book to be at the wizard school?
Yes, because that's the other big library, and we can't get into the Assassin's Guild.
Yeah, there's no Assassin's Guild and there's no Archaeologist Guild anymore to go hassle Lara Croft. It might be that we need to return to our office and cutscene will happen.
Could be. That has happened many a times.
No. Yeah, I reckon show those new things to Da Vinci and other guy.
Yeah, why not? Why not? We have no
What the?
better.
The guards have gone.
Why are the guards gone?
Because we murdered one last night, presumably.
Can we just walk in now?
No, it's not a... There's nothing there. It's still just go around the side.
Strange.
It is weird. And then we will need to use grappling hook.
Oh, now the other guard don't have his friend anymore.
Yes, the one that sounds like, Crichton, not Crichton. Crichton? Yeah, Crichton from Red Dwarf. This, grapple hook, grab, use...
It always
Cutscene.
looked...
Hello, do you happen to know anything about this Temple of Anu Anu? Technically, these are different people.
Is there anything...
I'm afraid all I was interested in was the mechanism that operated the door. There was a complicated method of opening the temple doors involving applying pressure and twisting the temple's seal. I didn't really pay any attention to anything else.
Do you remember the method?
Oh, no, that was years ago. I'm sure you could look it up somewhere, though.
Anything else?
It is to be abandoning.
The temple is going to be abandoned?
No, it's to be abandoning in the nowness.
It's abandoned.
That is of the most truthy flavor.
Do you mean it's been abandoned for centuries?
Of much error, no. Abandoning of the weeks.
They abandoned it a few weeks ago.
Your truth is whole.
Why would the followers of Anu Anu stay here in the Temple of Small Gods if there was a magnificent temple in Al-Kali they could go to?
Not to be knowing by me.
can we show you the beetle?
We already showed him the beetle.
Two
My
conkers
concern
with
is
Lisa's companion.
that I accidentally showed it to the other one and not
Do either of you recognize
like that
this?
they are separate people in some situations,
Of
but
much familiarness.
often not.
From where? Near sort being. Somewhere near. Ha! Yesness. Seal on temple in Alkali. It's the seal on the doors of a temple?
Yeah, you want to...
May I see?
Everything points
Sure.
to that we have to find
Why
the
not?
The temple.
opening of that door.
Yes, I recognize that.
But that was ripped out in the book in the
That's
library.
The temple with the intricate door lock
And it
mechanism, isn't it?
didn't want to let me use the
Quite a marvel
pendant
of
on the
technology
books
for
in the
era it
locker
was
in
built,
the
though,
Unseen
I was
University.
very impressed with them. Now, what was
But
the
maybe I'm
name
not
of the
looking for
god
that.
he was
Maybe I'm
dedicated
looking
to?
for the temple.
I can't quite remember.
I know.
I am sure you do, but give me a moment.
I knew.
I think he meant it's from the Temple of Anu Anu.
Ah, yes. I remember. The Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. A lovely building.
And this is a replica of the seal. Of much sureness. Replica of most exactitude. That might be helpful to know. Thanks.
Okay. I think
Covered with...
if this doesn't
I
work,
didn't want to disturb...
I am completely out of ideas. But go back to the darn books
In the
in the wizard cabinet. But this time, instead of using the pendant on the books, which made no sense,
use the temple.
use Temple of Anu
Yeah.
Anu on the books.
Sure thing.
Which, considering how we reacted differently from the Temple of Anu Anu in the main library, would make sense, honestly, and I should have thought about it sooner.
I'm more like, what? Even if we find it, what use is it? Because the Temple of Al-Kali is zonks away.
Because we need the door mechanism. The door mechanism that the pendant looks exactly like. Not this library. In this one, that page has been ripped off, and it says we have to get it from one of the other two libraries.
But where is the door that
Assassins.
you think that we're trying to open is my question. Like, my...
No, not the door. They keeps telling us that the pendant
is
a
used to
replica
open...
system of the door. So if you can open the door, you can open the pendant.
Oh, I'm not taking that way. I'm taking it as the pendant is a key that you use to open the door.
No. I'm taking it as the pendant has a similar locking mechanism as the door.
The new hall.
And I'm
So
like,
if we
how
can-
is that helpful if we've got a key that's to a temple hundreds of kilometers away?
Oh yeah. No, I told that would not be helpful at all. But if we can then use the Temple Anu Anu on the books, and please say that that's in there.
There was a book on the temples of Great Nev, but not of Al-Kali. A shame, really. That could be really useful.
I hate you, game. It's the only other place we found temple books.
Like, it makes the most sense to be right next to this guy, but...
You did now acknowledge that there was a temple book. They probably didn't change a thing. I'm grasping at straws and I know it.
If I...
See. No. I want... Let me out. Let me out. Yes, Temple of Anu Anu.
I understand that.
Indeed.
Then
Why are you
why
here?
not worship?
Because I'm here to preach.
Mooncalf wasn't logic.
And that's it. Ooh. Well, pixel scrub this screen. Check that there are no hidden books. No.
Oh wait. No, surely not. That's moon logic to the nth degree.
I kind of want to go look at the stained glass window from the outside again.
You do that, because if my idea works, I give up.
Hail, real decoy.
Al-Khali was still following.
Decoy.
So we are a PI. We were asked to investigate a murder. Well, some missing crates. The missing crates became a missing troll, or a troll that was supposedly not dead, that people thought was dead. That became finding a golden sword, and now about 6 different murder cases. Decoy is what it's become, and we are a bit stuck. We have progressed the 3 new murder cases. We've progressed as much as we seemingly can, and we're stuck trying to work out how we use either this Temple of Anu Anu. Yes, and we can turn into a werewolf now and smell. We have smell-o-vision, literally. We want to either know what we do with this perfume, these bandages, or the pendant. We might use the bandages on ourselves, and then he might talk to us about something. Like, maybe he might talk to us about more if we're not looking like us.
You could try. Can you use the bandages on yourself?
I have no idea. I haven't tried. It was just like oh, we haven't tried that. No, there's nothing here except the window and the silhouette. I was like, is there a keyhole and we can use the amulet on the keyhole? Because that's what I want it to be. Being part werewolf is honestly a lot of hassle. Every single screen you've got to remember, oh, have we been a werewolf here?
Have we smelt?
Have we checked that we can smell everything? What
is this fuchsia or is it magenta?
Light cyan, dark cyan. Rosier shade of pinky russet. Okay. So 1, can we use bandage on ourselves?
Okay. Try that first, and then we can try my dumb idea afterwards.
No. It just puts it back in the... Yeah, it just puts it back in the thing. What about perfume? Same thing, it just puts it back in the inventory. Yes, all screens are doubled.
All screens without people are doubled. If there's people there, we are not allowed to turn into werewolf.
Yeah, Doggo, like, we're allowed to turn into werewolf in front of Doggo here, that's allowed. And in front of Gargoyle, but not people. Yes, Gaspode. He taught us how to use our smell-o-vision.
And he called us a good boy.
He was a good boy. Yes, he does. He tells us we're a good boy if we go back to talking to him, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Good boy.
Yeah. What's your idea, Maury?
Okay, so go back to the same damn room that I've been frustrated about.
You really want the school to be the answer?
It's the only library in Discworld lore besides the Assassin's Guild. There's only 2 more libraries. Okay. If this works, okay, so choose Temple of Anu Anu. If this works. Okay. Now take that and change the chalk on the board so that he has to go and get a new book.
Okay.
I altered one of the subjects on the board, switching the Great Ned for Alkali. Now all I had to do was see if anyone...
I hate you, game. I hate you so much right now.
So I was right that it was to do with the differences between the blackboard and the book. But it wasn't that, like, noting down, it was causing there to be a difference.
Yeah. So now we have asked them to get the book that we wanted.
But how do we get time to
wait until he
pass?
gets it. Yeah.
Do we just leave and come back?
I'm assuming so, and then if he's a good student, he's already got the book, right?
Well, let's leave and now come back. So what we did, Noodolski, is there's a magical chalkboard in the students' dorm that tells them all the chapters that they're meant to read by next week. It tells them all their homework reading. And we changed one of them from thing that we're not interested in to book that we can't get access to. And the hope is that they will then go get a copy of that book. Yep, it's now got Book of Temples.
Okay, now use the damn amulet on
I
it.
wasn't going to get away with stealing the book. A copy of Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temples of Alkali miraculously appeared after I changed the Octarine board. I guess the
throw the game down the well at this point, Nadolski. I really do.
Unfortunately, they still didn't have much idea what it was they were studying.
In terms of some of the puzzles, yes. But in terms of the dialogue...
Oh yeah, the dialogue fabulous.
Oh.
But this particularly one is horrible.
Okay, so you want us to use Temple of Anu Anu on the book, and then failing that, the thing...
The pendant's design matched the one in the
sure.
book for the seal of the temple of Anu Anu at Alkali. The temple was famed for its intricate door mechanism, and the book described how to manipulate the seal to open the temple doors. I used the same method on the pendant, and it opened with a faint
There we
click.
go.
Inside was a small piece of paper with names on it. One name leapt out at me.
Therma!
Therma. I decided to keep the list to myself.
And what is that actually added?
I'd found a list of...
That came at the hard cost of my sanity.
The names on the list
Mooncalf, Satrap, Therma, Coombe, Gelid, Warb, Void, and Kondo.
Gelid.
I mean, we can go ask Mooncalf. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
question was, what did they have in common?
I will honestly say that probably wouldn't even have occurred to me if I was playing this game alone and weren't allowed to, dig myself into a single problem.
Okay. Across to you. Across to you.
The benefit of being in the co-pilot seat is that you can take like time to just focus and go on over and over on things because you don't have to do controls.
Okay. Oh, no. It also kills the amulet. The amulet that he wanted before he doesn't want. It's not an item.
Okay.
I wasn't
He
about
probably
to
wanted the
reveal that I
list
had
inside the
list
amulet?
Mooncalf. I had a
Talking
feeling
to
that
him
it
would be
was
suicide.
But perhaps I could use it to trap him. Someone told me that you know Therma.
Oh.
Indeed. And who might that have been?
It's not important. Is she part of your cult?
No. No, she's not.
But you know her.
No. I've never met her.
I see. What about Satrap?
Are you intending to bore me with a list of people's names? I haven't time for this tomfoolery. I must preach the gospel of Anu Anu.
Thy kingdom Coom and all that.
My kingdom Coom.
Yes. Indeed.
I'd clearly unsettled him mentioning Coom. Now I just needed to sit back and watch what he got up to.
Really?
So maybe now
we
get to
use the
window.
other side of the window. Yeah.
It makes sense now. The dominoes are once more falling.
Oh yeah, we've solved so many of these future dominoes are probably going to be like 3 seconds. Yep, we know what that is. Yep, we know what that is.
Already done that, yeah.
We understand how we could use this. Oh, wrong one. I entered the front again instead of the back. Go.
It's usually that one thing that we get stuck on, and once that thing comes down, it's...
Yes, and then we go watch the back. Come on, let me zoom that way.
What's wrong, Loki?
Watch here. Oh, who's he talking to? There's another silhouette there.
This was the other...
Do we have to be a wolf so we can listen better, perhaps?
We might.
I could just about make out that...
Because you couldn't listen through the door.
Yeah, without being a wolf. Yes. We have to use our werewolf superpowers. Become...
Go, wolf, go!
Doggo! Watch the frame rate plummet. Go over to the window.
There were two silhouettes at the window. One was definitely Mooncalf. The other looked like a troll. With my sharpened wolf senses, I could hear what Mooncalf was saying to the troll.
And I think we may have to do something about it. We will have a meeting of the true believers after this evening's sermon.
Sure thing, boss. You want I should go now?
Oh my god,
No.
they're really
You keep an eye on Luton if you can.
bad.
I'll go back to the sanctuary
Accent.
and leave a message for the others.
You got it, boss.
And we can follow his smell? Question mark? Or is it actually added a place that we can go? Cafe, merchant, office, Octarine Parrot. I don't think I see anything new here. Oh, cheers, thank you kindly. Do you see anything? I don't see it here. Maybe... Maybe it's on this
Did
side?
you get anything new on the notes?
Yeah, thank you kindly, Redborg. Let's see. Do we have new talking points? The True Believers meeting.
I'd overheard something
Okay.
interesting at the window of
There
the
are no
Temple
new
of Small
signs,
Gods.
Redborg. At least not for classical
Something about
Caesar.
a meeting of the True
There's
Believers.
always new... Well, always. There's fairly frequently new maps if you want to play, Augustus.
I didn't think...
Can we... Oh, he's not here now.
So do we talk to the other guy?
Maybe. I was thinking we have to find one of the other people on the list and follow them, but...
Oh, that would make sense.
We can ask this guy. So...
I overheard Mooncalf talking about a meeting of the True Believers. I'd really like to know what that was about.
What's it about?
It's tough to find out what the cult of Anu is up to.
Is there any way I could listen in to one of Mooncalf's sermons?
The sermons don't take place here. They hold them in the inner sanctum.
The inner sanctum?
It's the center of worship here in the Temple of Small Gods.
How come? I mean, there are a vast number of gods and goddesses that the temple has to provide for. Are you telling me they all have to share one room for the services?
Absolutely. High priests are always complaining that so-and-so was hogging the sanctum all morning, or that such and such left hair at the bottom of the holy font. It causes a lot of tension around the temple.
Can you get me in there? I'd like to have a look around.
Oh god, what do we have to do to make him happy?
I could arrange to have the sanctum for a while if I told them I had a follower, but I don't.
Do we have to become a follower?
We have to
Which
become a
deity do you
follower.
serve?
No, we've had this before. We are the followers of Mumble Mumble.
I'll have...
No! No!
How do we get Errata as a thing?
Ask about errata. Everyone worships errata even if they don't know.
I only think...
What's the one?
What's the conspiracy you don't
The
know about?
church? Oh, I would go into Church of Errata.
So,
I am the formal church.
I-
Everyone is part of the church. Now maybe this is a contradiction.
They just don't...
Hmm?
There. Now can we ask about the True Believers meeting?
It's...
No. It looks
you
like
get-
it's the same.
But I...
No, that doesn't count. We need your... your Lord and Savior to say contradiction and get us in, Maury.
Doesn't work that way. Not even the great Jenks can jump into other games. Okay, but where can we get Errata as a talking point? Has anyone else that we talked to mentioned Errata?
I don't think so.
I think one person... Didn't Carlotta mention it?
do you know a woman?
She's part of one of the darkest conspiracies, and they're plotting to take over the world by stealing the lost treasures of Errata. Don't!
Was she here?
Well, that might technically be semi-new information.
Could we talk to her again? Is there any way to find her?
We can have a go at that. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. So we can check if the butler knows where she is.
Who would sell?
Carlotta.
I will go.
And she will tell me if she is at home.
You're up late.
I can never sleep after I've been stabbed to death.
What did you want to talk about?
Your alibi.
I can't help but notice that your recurring alibi for the murders is that you were at the Temple of Small Gods.
Everyone needs a little solace now and then.
You seem to need it a lot.
I'm not easily satisfied.
Which god is it that you worship?
I really don't like to discuss religion.
Come on. I only want to know the name.
All right. Her name is Errata. But I don't appreciate you prying into my
She can get us
affairs
in.
like this.
Can I pry into your physical affairs?
But he
My
said he didn't
affairs
have
are
a
never
follower,
just
and
physical.
that to be
I bet you say that to all the boys.
to be careful of her. I think she's lying.
Carlotta claimed she worshipped the goddess Errata.
Can we
Tell
confront
me
her?
Can
about-
we now
All right,
contradict
I
her?
don't...
She's not like
Om?
He's the god.
Is that the place with the Quisition? All the overzealous...
It used. They had some kind of reformation, and now they're just overzealous about singing rousing hymns and distributing fundamentalist.
Well, that's a kind of torture all of its own.
You're telling me. I got cornered by one of them last week.
Oh,
How do you think I know so much about it? It was 3 hours before I could get them to leave.
comparing the
Thumbscrews would
tortures
have
of
been
the
quicker,
Inquisition
at
to being
least.
hassled by. Oh. Okay. So what?
I'll
You
be
reckon we
waiting.
go talk to him about Errata again now?
Yeah. Because he
no,
said
no,
that
no.
he didn't have a follower and that she couldn't be trusted. No, don't try to eat my pencil. I need that to write down notes.
It's full of essential woods. Okay. Yeah. I mean, my assumption is the opposite. My assumption is she is genuinely a member, and that much as the same way as ex-girlfriend got us into Archaeologists Guild, werewolf girlfriend will get us into Temple Guild thing here.
Makes sense, makes sense.
I need your...
Yeah?
Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that right?
Bah! I am the only true follower of Errata in the whole of Ankh-Morpork. Unless you have seen the light, Luton.
Seen the light?
Do you believe in the ways of Errata?
How could I not? Surely, Errata
course
is the
we do.
most worthy of all gods to follow.
Either you've just had a miraculous conversion or you're learning to lie. Good. A useful skill in followers of Errata.
Please take me to the inner sanctum.
So if I agree to be your follower, you can get us into the inner sanctum.
Yes, I can. But you wouldn't really be my follower. The followers of Errata don't follow each other. We don't even follow Errata. We follow our own ways.
So why is there a Church of Errata at all?
You're learning, Luton. Keep thinking like that and you'll go far in the church.
So can you get me into the inner sanctum?
I can, provided we can find a time when the cult of Anu aren't there.
Are mooncalf's lot in there often?
All the time. And that's not all either. He sneaks away after each one,
I think they've got a secret sanctuary somewhere.
And we presumably doggo smell trace him to it.
Actually, I'd quite like you to find it too.
Can't resist a secret, eh?
No, I'd just like to get in the way of everything Mooncalf does. Him and his big evangelical budget and hordes of out-of-tune followers singing and chanting at all hours of the day. He's gonna get his comeuppance, and anything I can do to speed it up suits me fine.
So you'll help me?
Wait here. I'll go and make the arrangements.
Is he gonna hop off his pedestal? No, they didn't animate that.
It took a while, but eventually Malaclypse got me into the inner sanctum. Malaclypse stayed by the door to warn me if anyone was coming.
Do you reckon we doggo? I reckon we doggo.
I reckon we doggo.
The inner sanctum sported a beautiful lectern. The inner sanctum, the plaque said it was donated to the temple by Mr. Fidean, of the militant servitors of Ikebana, goddess of topiary. Searching, I discovered there was a cavity in the base of the lectern.
Can I say open the lectern?
There wasn't much I could do to the windows. There were small stained glass windows in the inner sanctum depicting the story of how a valiant mortal, pure and gentle, was cruelly tricked, taunted, and tortured by the gods. Just for a laugh.
Okay. Oh, we just used
the space under the lectern was large enough to fit a whole person inside. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room to move inside. To my embarrassment, I got stuck.
Lytton! They're coming! Hide!
I'm way ahead of you, Malaclypse.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together in the sight of our God, Anu Anu, to speak of our devotion to the Anointed One at this, our time of need. But before today's sermon, I'd like to read from the cult bulletin for a moment. Firstly, there's a jumble sale next Saturday to raise funds to buy a fresh goat to sacrifice. We'd appreciate it if as many cultists as possible could attend. We don't want to have to sacrifice another pigeon. It hardly befits a deity of the illustrious wonder of Anu Anu to be sacrificed another of Mrs. Jerboam's gerbils either. Yes, I know they breed like flies, but that's not the point.
The sermon was one of the most tedious things I'd ever had to listen to. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then the hymns started. Why the gods wanted to listen to such droning
not the
monotony was
hymns.
a mystery to me. But I suspected they just liked to make the mortals suffer.
Wait, I have... Oh, I can inspect his shoes?
I was going to have to be careful what I did to Mooncalf's feet.
Can we make a save? Seems prudent.
Could you pour the perfume on his shoes?
No, it just ended.
Oh, I guess it's a very short time frame.
It might be. We'll see if we can get it to happen again.
I tried to follow Mooncalf, but he moved quickly.
Yeah. Okay, can we get it to happen again?
Oh.
And I'll make an actual... Come on, hurry up. Get over here. Talk to this guy. Let me make a save. Yeah, and this is in part the game's fault, right? It says press X. notice that I'm pressing X. It means press square. Stupid thing. Whatever.
Malak.
Get me into the inner sanctum again. He says yes. Same deal. Wait, we are allowed to werewolf? We are allowed to werewolf.
With a paranoid...
No. Okay, we're not allowed to werewolf.
Okay.
There was certainly a...
Press button, get stuck under lectern. His shoes appear. Give me my stupid menu. This, perfume, go, feet, do.
I sprayed Mooncap's feet with Sapphire's trawl perfume. That should make the little psychopath a little easier to follow.
And then we can wolf out and follow him.
I think it auto-wolfs. Because, like, it auto-wolfed last time.
Yeah. And it gives you a hint that this is scent-based. You want to
Make him
something
easier
with
to
his
follow,
scent.
Through
yeah.
the stench of the river like a trawl wading through a dwarf street rally. The bright reek led into the shades, the oldest and most dangerous part of the city. As a wolf, I listened to what the so-called true believers were saying through one of the windows of the sanctuary.
Greetings, brethren. I call to order this extraordinary general meeting of the secret cabal of the true believers of Anu Anu.
You smell nice tonight, boss.
What?
What is that? KC2?
What are you blathering about, Foyd? Anyway, I see we're all present.
Therma not present, boss.
Therma has to keep a low profile at the moment.
Ooh, she's
Do
legitimately
not
not
concern
dead.
yourselves with her absence.
Why should Therma have such special status? I have important business of my own to be doing, and these interruptions aid no one.
Quiet, satrap. Mooncalf wouldn't have called us together if it wasn't important.
Indeed not. There is an investigator, a Mr. Luton, who's been asking worrying questions. I think he may know about Nylonethotep.
I do now. I still say this is madness. There must be a better way to glorify our beloved Anu Anu without taking such risks.
You always were the spineless
Someone
one,
needs a
Coon.
bathroom break, so
Silence,
excuse me
Tonto.
for a moment.
Yeah.
As chairman, I will not permit such disputes when the meeting of true believers has just been called to order.
When
Can we have a dispute?
It can wait until we reach any other business.
Damn.
Shh. What is it? I heard something outside.
They say
Not much.
bravery is what tells the men from the boys. Well, I was a wolf, so I figured I could be brave and still run away.
Okay, we have new map point. We have new talking point.
Excellent.
We
Bravely
listened.
ran away.
We listened to them talking, and they didn't really say anything other than Therma does exist, and couldn't we do strange, mysterious thing that we're doing in a less risky way? We should have a look at what
Okay.
our new talking point actually is. Nylon Athotep.
Mooncalf's cultist.
So do we go look at that in the library?
Either that, or we can go to the new location.
I would like to see the library. Use nylon and the tap on index card. Hello? Yes?
The Necrotelecomnicon was a book that legend
He's getting
spoke
something.
of, saying that any mortal man who read it would be driven insane. I learnt about it from a copy of Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students with practical experiments that I found in the library. In this tome, there is a description of the old dark gods of the Disc, including the terrible laddering holler, Nylon Athatep. Apparently, Nylon Athatep was once summoned by a series of 8 murders, forming a perfect
Oh, and we've had
octagram,
6.
focused at the center of the Circle C, thus releasing it from the sunken city of Leshp, where he was trapped, along with drunken Cthulhu Bapalulu. The book speculated about the whereabouts of Nylon Athatep now, but beyond him being safely imprisoned somewhere around the
Well, I do know how much you like your
it drew
Cthulhu lore.
no conclusions.
It's not really my thing.
It isn't, is it?
It's better when it's self-consistent. I can live with it when it's internally self-consistent. When it's just like, we're changing the rules now because it suits making the story weirder, I get a bit grumpy at it.
That's fair.
So you want us to visit their super secret place again? Even though we just got kicked away from it?
That's when they were there. Surely they're no longer there.
Oh. You're surprisingly, at least to me, surprisingly right. I thought that we wouldn't be allowed in here.
I couldn't easily take the map, but I could use it to work out some things. For some reason, the cultists had a map.
Yeah, I wonder. They may be trying to make a series of deaths in a certain shape.
Yeah, could we put the different deaths from the notebook
you
and
want
put
to
them
use
on the
death
map?
on map? Sure. No, we've got a whole new thing in our notebook. Octagram of murders.
If there was an octagram of murders taking place in the city, it might help to find out exactly where each murder took place. For some reason, the cultists had a...
Okay, so no, it was each murder.
Okay, we can try individual murders. Wait, why aren't you giving me... There we go, other pages of this. So, one that we do know where it happened, but they're no longer talking points, right? I can't pick them up. I think that what this is saying is we can't make progress here until we know the solution to the other murders. The ones that we haven't solved.
If you take, like, Mundy, because we still have Mundy's hanging. And just try placing it. Does it say that it just isn't relevant?
Mundy was hung upside down?
It's the closest we're gonna get to something about Mundy.
No, that counts. Okay. And then... what about Reagan's murder? No. Unselect. I want to be holding Reagan's murder. Well, I guess we'll find out what we're holding in a sec. Okay. And then Malachite's murder.
I didn't think... I knew where Malachite, Mundy, and Reagan had been killed, but the triangle didn't seem to suggest anything useful.
Because I'm assuming that we want more than a triangle. And hence we need to have solved the...
Do we? Because we know where they were killed. If you go to the counterweight killings.
Oh, I meant the new people. But you mean all the old people as well.
The murder...
Yeah.
Oh, we can grab them.
I mean... Matt and poisoned.
I knew where Malachite, Mundy, and Reagan had been... I knew...
No. It doesn't let me use...
No, because you used the entire thing. That's not what I want. I want Matt and poisoned, Gammon strangled.
But do we know where these occurred? We only know that they're dead.
Yes. I thought we knew. It said in the wing.
I knew where Malachite... Where the two...
It says specifically where he's murdered there, so... That makes no sense.
Pick up. Try. There we go. It was still claiming I had the other one selected.
Precisely where
okay.
Okay, and then Gammon. But I need to drop that first. Drop. Drop. Bad boy. Drop the murder. Strangled.
I had found the precise location of 5 murders. I needed to know more.
Put down the murder. Bad werewolf. Drop the murder. And drowned in wine. Oof.
The murders were marking out a perfect octagram, just like the one that had been used to free Nylonathotep from sunken Leshp centuries
Except that it's around the city instead of around the whole sea.
Right, there would be 2 more murders. One in Dagon Street and one in the Wizard's Pleasance. If I knew which one was next, I could stake it out. In the center of the octagram was the Disc Theater, which almost certainly meant some kind of cosmic evil was entombed there. I can't say I was enthusiastic at the thought of checking it out.
Oh, end act. And he's really good at... Oh no. I was going to say he was almost implausibly good at drawing straight lines, and then it wiggled a bit.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not end act.
We gotta be close to end act, though, surely.
What are our new things? An octagram of murders. Can you... And... That's it?
Mm-hmm. Can we look around the room some more? Perhaps there's something we missed.
Yeah. Totally. So, fresco.
The sanctuary was decorated with a strange and disturbing fresco. Closely examining the fresco, I could see that one of the symbols made a frequent appearance.
The octagram thing, and that's how we added the octagram. We can also try becoming Doggo here.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it doesn't look like there's anything else.
No. Yeah, there was. There was.
Oh.
On the fresco, it's changed to strange symbol.
I made a sketch.
There's a second one, which is exactly the same as an octagram with an eye at the center.
But could we then research that on the library to confirm that it is the same thing?
Maybe. I'm wondering if they've added... Well, actually, I should go back and use smell mode. I'm wondering if they've added, and it looks like they have. There's Dagon Street. There's the Disc Theatre.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably there's that other street.
Yes, probably.
But first we should smell-o-vision in here. Whoa! If we're allowed. We are... Bright Cyan Cloud.
You couldn't possibly get mixed up between the bright cyan stench and any other smell in existence. Perhaps that was the point.
Okay, so yes, it's like, yes, you successfully made his feet smell of smell, and it's still here.
Mm-hmm. So much smell.
It takes up the whole screen. Okay, no. Seems modestly wasteful if that's a whole screen then, but whatever. So, to the new street or to the Globe Theatre?
I'm with either the new streets, the theater, or maybe the library, or, well, anything.
Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor of Tsot. Or at least everyone knows a legend of Eleanor of Tsot. Or Krinix. Or El Harib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Tsotian Wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the cause of the Tsotian Wars was a little-known goddess called Errata.
Oh. Where it's cutscene over. So there's Actor. There's a flyer that was suspiciously looking like we could grab it.
You have a flyer. What does the flyer say?
What does it say? Give me my inventory, game.
I'd picked up the theater flyer from the Disc Theater.
God damn it.
I'd picked up the... It told me about the plays in the Disc's current season. The 8 plays in sequence were The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, Antilogy and Cleopatra, Kensington, The King of Ankh, The Leering King, The Tyrant, Truculus and Cressylic, and Titus Diplodocus. The flyer didn't tell me anything about them, though.
So they're all making fun of, parody of Shakespeare plays.
Could you give me that one more time, please?
The 8 plays in sequence.
The Happy Prince of Copenhagen.
Antilogy and Cleopatra, Kensington, The King of Ankh, The Leering King, The Tyrant, Truculus and Cressylic,
Yeah, I know.
and
Never mind.
Titus Diplodocus.
I had an idea and it didn't
tell me
be
anything
useful.
about them, though.
It's okay. It doesn't take long. Anything else here? The stage?
Maybe I examine the stage.
The pompous windbag on the stage was Previtier. He went beyond being a ham. He had 2 eggs, fried mushrooms, and a gigantic rasher of bacon. That's pretty good. You've been acting long?
One is either born an actor, or one is never an actor.
Yeah, I can just see you paddling about the womb with a script in hand.
Do you doubt my credentials as the disc's premier performer of dramatic scenes?
As far as I'm concerned, one actor is as good as another. You come on, you speak your lines, and then you get killed. How hard can it be?
Here I stand, your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man. Do you slight me such?
What?
You are not abreast of Whell's fair pen, then, stranger.
The name's Luton. And no, I don't know Whell's work at all.
My name is Previtier, and my realm is that of tragedy and comedy. The finest arts are my purview.
Yeah, if you say so.
Introduce.
So you're an actor.
It is my calling to tread the boards, and for this I am called an actor.
Translation, yes. Why do you talk like that?
When one is blessed with silk, one does not wear cotton.
What's that supposed to mean?
You are not familiar with the ways of the theater, are you, my boy?
No. I always thought it was about getting killed in a different way every night.
Well, that's part of it. But it's also about the lines, the pomp and the circumstance. Men in skirts. Yes, yes. The play's the thing.
To catch the cash flow of the dim.
You disapprove? A man must his living make.
If he could make it with decent grammar, I wouldn't mind.
You should come and see the spectacle. Perhaps then you would cast less scorn upon our merry ways.
You want me to go to see a play?
Come to hear the wooden dialogue.
That's not much of a quote.
It was the best I could do at short notice.
What's playing at the moment?
Troculus and Chrysalic, the tale of the frailty of woman and the stupidity of a man in love.
With a lot of bloody deaths thrown in for good measure.
But of course.
Okay, we can talk about
Tell
the
me
plays
about
more.
the plays.
Would that I had the time to sing the praises of all Whell's masterworks. But time is short and life is fleeting.
Just tell me about the plays.
Our current season is a groundbreaking interpretation of Whell's most famous works, pushing back the boundaries of art and style.
Groundbreaking.
Pushing back, not advancing,
'Tis a term
pushing
we
back.
of the noble calling used to describe the way each generation improves and expands upon the themes laid bare in the soul by inspiration.
In other words, your murder scenes look more and more realistic every year.
The triumph of effects.
Unfortunately, the triumph of effects over plot.
The plots are as entrancing as the day they were first written.
In other words, you haven't had any new ideas in decades.
If the way is true, why err from it?
Okay. What do you know about the cult?
What would you say if I told you I suspected people are being murdered to summon a terrible entity to destroy the city?
I would say, doomsday is near, die all, die merrily.
That's from one of these silly plays, isn't it?
The King of Ankh, Act 4, Scene 1.
I was serious, you know. The disc might be the focal point for infernal forces that could destroy the city. I'd enjoy talking to you a lot more if you just stopped quoting those damn plays. Do you realize how pathetic this makes you look?
What? Must I hold a candle to my shames?
You know, I think I'll be glad if this place does get destroyed by horrors from beyond time and space.
It'd be great publicity. Should I tell him how to spell my name?
Okay. He doesn't know about the cult. Can we ask about these?
I couldn't possibly help you.
No.
I couldn't possibly...
He doesn't know either of the symbols. That just links to the symbols.
Have you heard?
But, of course, the architect of the Tsortian Wars, the origin of our little play tonight.
How come?
Being the goddess of misunderstandings, Errata's popularity is lacking. And she feels slighted by not being invited to a certain wedding. So she plans a devious vengeance, which in turn causes the Tsortian War.
And is it based on a true story?
Everything is a truth of a sort.
Is that a yes or a no?
I am not one to judge such things.
You have anything else you'd like to ask him, Maury?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Now, it's not like we have items in our inventory to ask him about, other than the flyer, which we already had. Come on, I want to be like halfway between those, thank you. No, it doesn't look like there's anything else here. So I guess we go to the other street then?
I want to go and research.
You want to go? Okay. Okay, where do you want to go? The rich people's library or the school library?
Rich People Library. That's the one that we can actually do most research in. I never want to go back to that stupid wizard library.
Okay. Rich people library it is, and now you want... We already searched up about Nythaloptep. So what do you want? Strange symbols?
I want to search the strange symbol.
Okay.
I found the obscure star-like symbol in the Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students. It called it the sign of the eel, or the Elver sign. It was apparently a protective ward against some of the older, darker gods of the Discworld. The tome also explained how to inscribe one, the order of tracing being very important. Not that I believed any of this mumbo-jumbo, but hey, you can't afford to be too careful, right?
Okay, so it's a protective symbol, and it does give us a new talking point, supposedly.
The symbol I'd found in the sanctuary
Elver
was the
sign,
ancient Elver sign, which apparently was a war.
Same as before. Can we independently check the other symbols? Or are they both Elver signs? Like, if I want to check this one... against
Looks like you
the...
can grab it.
I looked up the octagram of murders in the library,
No.
but I could only find the entry I'd already seen in Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students.
Okay.
And just for potential of fun lore, could you run the list of the not Shakespeare plays?
You want us to... Yeah, okay. You want to use flyer on library.
Yeah. Just want to see if it tells us anything about it.
I looked up Hwell in the library and found his complete works. In there was a discussion of the 8 great tragedies, Hwell's bloodiest works. From the About the Author paragraph, I learnt that Hwel was a dwarf who was banished from his tribe, not only because of his claustrophobia, but because of his tendency to daydream. Both undesirable, to say the least, if you work in a mine. 102, and in the prime of his life for a dwarf, Hwel now worked for Vittler's Plays at the Disc Theatre as one of the premier playwrights of the day. The 8 great tragedies were given in great detail. 8 plays, each with a collection of murders, usually with one more particularly gruesome or grotesque than the others, presumably for use in publicity trailers. The publicity trailers helped draw people into the theater by being towed around town to display posters. There was something suspiciously familiar about some of those murders.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. It is an extra thing. Oh. It was an extra something.
Looked like a note.
Come on, give me my... Here we go. The 8 Great Tragedies.
I'd learnt about the 8 Great Tragedies, a series of plays written by the dwarfish playwright Hwel, each featuring at least one outlandish
It's
murder.
conceivably possible that now we can go talk to the actor man, now that we know about them.
That could be.
Because he said, like, you don't even know the works of Hwel.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you'd like to check?
No. I think those were the 2 things I wanted to check.
We'll confront actor man about the tragedies, and then we'll go to the other new location, I guess. I've done some reading, and I'm now a man of words. What do you
We're
have?
now cultured.
Tell me about the 8 Great Tragedies, and don't make me regret asking you about this.
The 8 Great Tragedies are considered to be among the finest of Hwel's plays, each one a poignant drama with an insight into the mortal condition.
That's all you have to say?
I could tell you much more.
Such as?
I could tell of the soul-searching anguish of Village in The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, as he struggles to decide whether to avenge the death of his father, whilst in the meantime inadvertently stabbing and poisoning the entire cast in oh so many humorous misunderstandings.
No, that's fine.
Oh, in the dead vast middle of the night, he cries. Oh, that my lover's father had not hidden behind that tapestry whilst I was practicing with my poignard.
That's enough.
And the famous soliloquy, to be or not to be. Oh, what's the point? Nobody's listening. Or perhaps I could tell of the tempestuous love of Antilogy for Cleopatra, queen of the Jelly Baby. Stop it!
Jelly Baby.
Perhaps the unspeakable acts of Titus Diplodocus. If one good deed in all my life I did, I do repent it from my very soul. That's all,
folks.
All right. Enough.
Our revels now are ended.
Stop! I knew I shouldn't have asked.
Okay. So no, he doesn't actually have anything meaningful. Unless we're going to ask him about the sign of the eel.
I didn't want to
No. Do we ask the... Actually, I want one more thing.
Could you walk over to where it's dark, by the way?
To where what start?
If you go to the stage...
Sure.
Can you go in that little dark corner? Like, close to the stage. Just hug into that little corner over there. Or is there nothing?
That's about as...
No, not that corner, sorry. It's not really a corner. Between the stage and kind of like the seats.
No, it doesn't let me over there.
Okay, there's nothing there. Okay. Hopes. And I'm assuming we can't wolf here because he can see us even though there's a high stage.
I didn't even think to try because it seemed too... I can.
Like here you can definitely see us, I just don't know if we
If I
could
was going to
kind
turn
of
into a-
hug
Yeah.
the stage. But he did say where he couldn't see me.
I quickly transformed into a wolf and had a sniff around. There was an eerie, dark magenta scent in the theater. But what caught my attention was the magenta scent that seemed to disappear into the stage. My murderer had been here.
And then we noticed that there are marks here.
Oh. Can we look at the marks?
I ran my finger around the marks casually. There was something about them that made you want to trace things on them, like a smiley face or a tic-tac-toe board. Well, something like that. Maybe something a little more sinister.
Well, presumably we use our eel sign or the murder sign.
This makes sense.
No, not on me, on the marks. Boo.
I traced the sign of the eel across the marks, exactly as I'd learned how to do in the Libraris Apocrypha. There was a faint click, and the next thing I knew, there was a passageway under the stage.
And the actor doesn't get suspicious.
The actor don't care.
Oh, wow.
That's a staircase.
Oh, is this why Thelma's away? Because they're constantly here chanting to summon an ancient evil?
The passageway
No.
led into a dark and ominous vault.
Hmm.
The whole sepulchral temple seemed to be formed from curves and angles
Remember they
that
already
would give
sacrificed
geometry
Thelma?
teachers nightmares.
Sorry, I was distracted by geometry.
I said maybe they already sacrificed Thelma.
Maybe.
The map of the Circle C
And just
seemed to
keep
be
saying,
the
no,
only
no, no,
interesting
she's
feature of the
away
altar.
doing this super important thing.
It looked centuries old, the kind of altar that could tell a few tales if it could talk. I was glad it couldn't.
Do we use the evil symbol on the altar?
I thought we wanted to protect against evil, not bring about evil.
But maybe if we do it early, it screws up the ceremony.
Using the map, I worked out where each of the 8 great tragedies had taken place. They made an octagram around the edge, just like the counterweight killings did in Ankh-Morpork. I could match each of the tragedies to one of the murders, and the positions corresponded precisely. I knew that someone was going to get dragged to death from the Wizard's Pleasance, and that some unlucky fellow was going to get eaten in Dagon Street.
See, it seemed to do something.
Mm-hmm.
It gave us more information about how they're going to die.
Yeah. Now, see, if this was a game with sensible thinking, we would go to the police and give up this information. The police would stop the murders, and everything
Well,
would be fine.
Yeah, close down the street for a week or something.
Ah.
No, it
But
doesn't
this
look like
being
there's
a
anything else
classic
here.
sleuthing game, it's probably just gonna be us.
Well, of course. The hero has to solve the problems.
Uh-huh.
So anything else in there, or do you think we go to the street?
I think we go to the streets. I think we have as much information as we can get.
Time to go to Diagonal Street.
The moon over Dagon Street lit the rundown alley. It didn't look like anyone was around. It was as abandoned as the Octarine Parrot on open stage night.
Oh, no, that's not very much cutscene. I was expecting a bit more time.
One of the shops in the street was called the Three Jolly Luck Takeaway Fish Bar. I remembered that name from somewhere. Something to do with Mr. Hong. I remember he went missing somehow. I wasn't a...
We can't steal the sign.
The abandoned fish bar was boarded up tight. I couldn't pull...
Okay, you can't pull it off with your hands. Well, we have a crowbar.
We happen to have a crowbar.
Although, I guess if...
This is why everyone should always walk around with crowbars on them.
Yes! For breaking into abandoned Chinese shops.
Mm-hmm. Hey, point-and-click games have learned me that crowbars are important.
Ship ribs are important. Okay.
Same way as when I was a kid, that both movies and literature made me think that quicksand was going to be a real bigger problem in real life than it ever been.
Yeah.
The fish bar was littered with assorted debris. Amongst the debris, I found a bone.
That thing? Am I blind? I'm told that there's a special bone. Ah, that thing. The famous quicksands of Norway.
Yeah. I mean, we almost lost one of our family dogs to not quicksand, but like mud that pulled her down and she got stuck and couldn't get out. The more she was tried to fight, the further in she went.
That meant there was only the wizard's pleasance to go, and the octagram would be complete.
In the Norwegian jungle?
No, just the traditional Norwegian forest.
Presumably the last meal on the menu at the Three Jolly Luck Takeaway Fish Bar wasn't white meat at all. Even as a werewolf, the thought horrified me.
Doesn't seem like there's anything else. So we've established that this is here. We got to go to the other place, presumably, and stop the last murder.
Mm-hmm. What would have happened if we'd gone there first?
That thing? Yes. Well, maybe you don't stop either and you have to go back to the center thing and...
The Wizard's Pleasance was a small, newt-haunted meadow in a horseshoe bend in the Ankh, inside the grounds of the Unseen University, separated from it but connected to the university gardens by the Bridge of Sighs. On summer evenings, if the wind is blowing towards the river, it is a nice area for a stroll.
That looks like an animated doggo?
Yes.
Hello, doggo!
I thought about petting the dog, but there was something about the way he looked that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about it.
What if we werewolf, then? Or do we use bone on dog?
Could we use bone on dog? Did we pick up the bone?
No. I thought we did, but it just triggered the cutscene. It didn't actually give us the bone. Okay. Werewolf it is, then.
I didn't want to transform...
No, too exposed. Really?
Do we have to hide? Hide in the bushes. Very
Though
slowly
I
we
had to
hide
wait
in the
until something
bushes.
happened, but it turned out to be less than I thought. I'd suspected I'd been being followed, and I wasn't surprised to find that Al Kali was skulking around behind me. Gods alone knows how he got into the university. But if I could do it, I guess anyone could.
He's gonna hurt the doggo! Ooh, the doggo gets big. Oh, that was a spinal column.
It was over in seconds.
And we did nothing.
Look, I tried to turn into a doggo. It wasn't allowed.
I was about to follow the killer's trail when I saw a familiar face.
Why did you carry on with the case, Luton?
Too many people told me to stop.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. I like you, Luton. It didn't have to be this way.
So you're behind this, are you?
I'm just a servant. My master, Anu Anu, is behind this.
That beast is Mooncalf's god?
Mooncalf didn't start this cult. I did. When the last human worshippers of Anu Anu had passed on, leaving only an empty temple in their wake, the cult lived on among the lycanthropes. My late husband got me involved, and I came back to Ankh-Morpork to arrange everything.
Came back?
I thought you'd realize, Luton. I'm Therma.
It figures. You killed Malachite, didn't you?
I didn't kill any of them.
She's
My
a
master
troll?
did that. We just arranged everything for him. He's
I guess
stronger
we
when
never really
gather
confirmed
together
that
and
Therma
kill.
was a troll.
You were in the Temple of Small Gods each time there was a murder.
It was a perfect alibi.
Why was Malachite looking for you?
Yeah, here.
I'm his sister.
His sister? Hands up who can spot the big problem here.
Me.
I was adopted
Hands
by
up.
Mr. and Mrs. Karst. They named me Therma. And Malachite and I grew up together.
What happened?
It's a tough life when you're a poor troll. And tougher still when you weren't born a troll. I used to sit at the table eating bread, while the rest of the family was chewing cold sandwiches. That kind of thing leaves its mark on a girl.
My heart bleeds for you.
Malachite and I broke into the von Uberwald mansion and made off with some of the Count's valuables, including that pendant you've been carrying around.
And that jeweled box in the carriage that presumably held the asp that poisoned Reagan.
That's right.
How did you and Malachite get separated?
He got caught, but he didn't tell the watch about me. I thought I'd seen the last of him. I sold most of what I got, and I was living off it comfortably. But I'd seen that painting in the hallway, and it got me thinking.
The painting that looks like you?
Exactly. I reinvented myself as a debutante, and I seduced Ulrich and married into high society. I went back to Uberwald with him, changed my name to Carlotta, and my life as a troll was forgotten. Therma was dead. Long live Carlotta von Uberwald.
Did you know Ulrich was a werewolf?
Not until the honeymoon. That was a surprise, I can tell you. Not entirely an unpleasant one, I have to say.
How did you get involved in this cult business?
Before he died, Ulrich inducted me into the worship of Anu Anu, and it became my mission to engineer his return to power. I recruited followers and we prayed to him, gradually awakening his consciousness. He'd been stuck in the form of a small dog on the streets of Al-Khali for decades, not even remembering who he was. As our numbers grew, Anu Anu's power grew. and eventually he was able to slip aboard a ship and steal his way here to Ankh-Morpork.
The Milka.
That's right. The Milka also stopped off at Sort, where it picked up Mundi. He was supposed to be bringing us the Sortese Falchion, having stolen
Not
it
the
from a dig
Maltese
at Sorha.
Falcon.
The archaeologists
Yes.
didn't even know it was there. Unfortunately, what we hadn't counted on was that Mundi was a man with few scruples and even less brains to go with it. Either he approached Horst, or Horst approached him. One way or another, he arranged to sell the sword to that devious troll.
Only he didn't have the sword, did he? He'd concealed it in one of the crates in the cargo hold.
We didn't know that. We just knew that Mundi had gone to ground. That's why I hired you to find him.
And when I did, your cult killed him. Only you'd expected the sword to be with him. And by the
It
time
was
he
too
was dead,
late
it was
to
too
ask
late
him.
to ask him where he'd put it.
We couldn't believe our luck when you found the sword for us after Mundi's death. I'm sorry that my master had to stab you to get it.
Did you know I was going to get killed? Was that why you made me into a werewolf?
I suspected that things would get a little rough for you, and I believed you were too valuable an asset to waste.
I'm flattered. And the counterweight killings were your cult attempting to summon Nyarlathotep by mimicking the way he was summoned before. I don't get it.
With the Falchion, my master can defeat the lathering horror again, and he will grow in power, ascending to the ranks of the most powerful gods, where he belongs.
That's all
Werewolf
very
God
well,
wants
but
to
a lot of
defeat
people
Cthulhu
die
to level
for
up.
that dream.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go around killing people whenever the notion strikes you. It's not polite.
What are the lives of a few people against the prize?
Reagan knew, didn't he? Or at least suspected.
I don't know what he actually knew, but he suspected a lot. He'd been blackmailing me for weeks. He had to go.
Why are you telling me all this?
Oh, it's not actually a voiced line. Game?
I'm no hero,
Oh,
and you're no villain.
missing voice line.
We're just people.
No, it's not too late, Luton. Join us.
Join your cult. What happens if I refuse?
You die.
There's no point in refusing. It's already too late to stop the summoning of Nyarlathotep. Al-Khali was the 8th murder. Even now, the other cultists are gathering at the focal point for the invocation.
That would be the temple under the Disc Theater, I take it.
You're good. I'll give you that. Let's go, or we'll miss the pre-summoning.
What if I try to stop you?
Like I said, it's already too late for that. Join us, Luton. You know it's the only choice.
I could kill you and make a run for it.
You wouldn't hurt me, would you, Luton? After all we've been through.
You arranged the murder of your own brother, and you'd have me killed too if I got in the way.
So what? In this world, you get one chance at happiness.
Oof.
You may be right. All right. I'll go along with this for now. But I'm not making any promises for the future.
That's good enough for me.
Carlotta told me she would have to bind me in case I got any foolish ideas, and then she escorted me into the depths of the temple. It looked like the whole crowd was there. As well as Carlotta, I recognized Mooncalf and Warb, the wizard from Saturnalia. 8 of them in all, one for each person on the list. But my attention was drawn to the hulking mass of Anu Anu, and the golden sword that he was wielding like it was a toothpick.
It begins.
Take your places, people. Everyone remember your lines.
Nyarlathotep, Who summoned thee? In accordance with the ancient pacts, we have made 8 sacrifices in the manner prescribed. Come to us.
I was filled with an overwhelming sensation of dread. I guess summoning rituals have that effect on me.
It is here! Now I command you, by the power of the Fashion, to bend to my will. Bend to my will, I command thee. I hold the Fashion. You will obey me.
I got the impression that that wasn't supposed to happen. The next thing I knew, the temple was coming apart at the seams, and rocks were falling everywhere.
Ooh, Cthulhu is beating up.
I don't know what was wrong, but it seemed as if Anu couldn't control the unspeakable force of cosmic horror that he had unleashed, and now it was loose in the city. As if my day wasn't bad enough already.
End act?
Probably end
act.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to reseal the ancient horror.
Yes.
After the rubble had settled, I pulled myself out from under it and had a look around. The temple seemed different somehow, and not just because the roof had caved in. Anu was lying in a crumpled heap on the other side of the chamber, and Carlotta was tending to his wounds. The rest of the cult had made their getaway. Everyone but Warb, whose luck had taken a permanent turn for the worse.
Alright, what do you think, Maury? Is this a natural cutting point?
I think so.
Okay.
You will probably need some food if we're gonna double this time, so...
So you wanna, just take a quick break?
No. I mean, we can cut it here.
Okay.
It's fine.
Cheers all, thank you for watching, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for joining Maury.
There's been fun.
We have 1 act left. We have to reseal the ancient horror and save the whole disc. Which is a little bit more than I thought we were getting into with a solve the crime as the PI game, but okay. Cheers all, thank you for watching and peace.